For the very last time, I am going to speak into the microphone. Do you want me to sing and now the end is near? Okay. Is that enough for now?
to turn on the live feed. Let me know when it's on. Okay, members, Trunona, good afternoon. You're all very welcome to the March Plan Regulatory Services Committee. We'll just get straight into it. Item 1, apology from Councillor Coleman, who's getting married tomorrow. And we're congratulating him on that. Also apologies from Councillor McAlynn and Director Olga Murta. And just a note here to say Councillor McNally and Councillor McGowan are going to be joining us late, hopefully getting in for the plan application section of the meeting. Any other apologies from the floor? Okay, not seeing any other lights on, so move on to the next item. Item 2, declaration of interests. Anything to declare, we'll just take it as they come. Okay, we'll take them as they come. So we're on to agenda item 3. We'll start with 3.1, it's a decision item in relation to the Sony consultation, and we're handing over to Helen Stoops, Principal Planning Officer, to present this item. Okay, Helen, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Sony has published their draft transmission development plan for the period 2021 to 2030, which is open to public consultation from the 18th of January to the 15th of March. A copy of the draft transmission development plan can be found at Appendix 1. It outlines projects that are needed over the next 10 years in order to meet the operational needs of the transmission network, support the local economy, and deliver decarbonisation. Members may be aware that this plan is produced annually. Following feedback received from this public consultation, they propose to update the draft plan as required and provide a report to the utility regulator for approval. A further public consultation of the draft transmission development plan will be held by the utility regulator before it is finalised. The draft transmission development plan sets out how Sony will ensure the continued security of the electricity grid by proposing a number of projects which will improve its strength and resilience. Proposed projects outlined in the plan aim to provide higher network capacity in areas where renewable output is constrained due to congestion, which will help reduce costs to customers. Projects within the council area are outlined in Appendix B of the draft plan. These include works at Tandragee substation, a reinforcement of the Armagh and Drumnakelly distribution system, and the completion date for the North-South interconnector has been revised from winter 23 to winter 25. Sony are seeking views on the draft plan so that it can be finalised and submitted to the utility regulator for consideration. Members should note that there will be a further opportunity later this year to engage on this matter when the utility regulator publishes the draft plan for public consultation. The draft response at Appendix 2 welcomes the consultation and stresses the importance of affordable, reliable energy supply within the council area, along with ongoing engagement between council and Sony. It also indicates that the response is draft as it is going through council's approval and ratification process. It is recommended that members approve the draft response to Sony as outlined at Appendix 2. Thank you, Chair, and this item is for decision.
Thank you, Helen, for that presentation. A couple of lights on. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Helen, for the presentation. And I suppose in relation to the reply, no issue with the reply, Chair. However, I would remind committee that obviously Sony came into council prior to you being in council, Chairman, and the council voted unanimously that night that this interconnector should be underground and not overground, which is still proposed by obviously Sony with pylons, etc. And obviously the health risk that comes with that is a concern, as well as the aesthetic look of our countryside. So it's something that I don't know whether we want to add that on to the letter, because it was discussed at full council, it was voted on, and it was carried that we supported the principle of the interconnector. I can't remember the exact words, the principle of the interconnector. However, we were basically saying adamant that it had to be underground. Definitely there's a need for, we all know energy costs where they're going at the minute, Chairman, and basically there's a need for additional network capacity. You know, there's additional need for security of the grid, and obviously better value energy to our users. But I think that's just a point I want to make sure that there is still, as I understand it, the position of this council. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Just to clarify, are you proposing that we add that bit about the council's, what the council's official wording on that position is, and that will be added to the letter? Okay, so we've that proposed. Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair. And it was on the same point that Councillor Nicholson raised, that the council does have a position on the north-south interconnector. We do support it, but we would like it underground rather than pylons dotted across the countryside. So Councillor Nicholson's proposed that. I would happily second it, that we add a line to our response that's reiterating our position on the north-south interconnector, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Okay, so that's been proposed and seconded. Any other lights on? Not seeing any members. So that proposal from Councillor Nicholson includes approving the recommendation subject to that small amendment. Okay, we're all agreed, members, on that? Okay, all agreed, and thank you, Helen. So we're on to item 3.2, which is a report from it's an information item, report by Northern Ireland Audit Office, and we're handing over to Damien Mulligan.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Members, this report provides a summary of the findings of a report published on the 1st of February by the Northern Ireland Audit Office, along with an officer analysis of the issues raised and next steps for dealing with those issues. A copy of the full audit report can be found at Appendix 3. The overarching message of the report is that the Northern Ireland planning system is not working efficiently and in many respects is failing to deliver for the economy, communities, or the environment. The key findings of the Audit Office are set out in the officer report, and you will note those findings include the system is increasingly financially unsustainable. The system is often hampered by poor quality applications. The development plan process is not meeting its objectives, and there is an urgent need for improved joined up working between organisations delivering the planning system. Many statutory consultees are struggling to provide information in a timely manner. The Audit Office proceeds to make a series of recommendations based on its findings, and those recommendations include improving performance on key investment applications, reviewing planning fees, and reviewing planning committee matters, for example, recording reasons for referring applications to committee, recording reasons for overturning an officer recommendation, and identifying who has prompted a call into committee. The report also recommends that member training needs to be reviewed, and the committees should assess the outcomes of previous decisions to enable understanding of the quality of completed projects. With regard to next steps, the audit report offers an excellent opportunity for much needed change and improvement, and the outcome from the Public Accounts Committee on the report is currently awaited. It is essential that decisions are now taken locally and regionally to address the shortcomings identified, to establish a collective responsibility for addressing these. NILGA, supported by the Northern Ireland Heads of Planning Group, can represent a united local government voice, but the relationship between local and central government will need to be reviewed, and perhaps this is an opportune time to review the roles, remits and responsibilities of existing working groups which are attended by local and central government representatives. Within the Council, officers will continue to engage with internal and external partners on matters relating to quality and timeliness of responses, review our scheme of delegation and protocol, promote front-loading of applications, ensure ongoing capacity building for officers and members, implement fully the service improvement plan for planning, including validation arrangements, a new operating principles protocol, and work to implement a new fit-for-purpose IT system for planning. In conclusion, I would comment that on the whole, the findings of the NIAO report are accepted, although the recommendations are high level, not time-bound, and lack detail in respect of implementation. Having regard to the statistics included within the report, our own council is considered to be performing well. For example, third best over the reporting period for processing major applications, and an overturn rate of only 7% for officer recommendations, which compares to 31% elsewhere. We are already piloting new validation arrangements and promoting front loading to improve the quality of applications. And we're already also implementing many of the recommended actions for planning committee. So many of the things that have been recommended by the report, we're already doing, members. And hopefully that gives you an overview of what is in the report and the way ahead, members, but happy to take any queries or questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien. Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair, and Damien, thanks for that report. And broadly, we didn't do too badly out of it, from an audit point of view. The point that jumped out at me, Damien, was the system is inefficient and often hampered by poor quality applications. And that's been sort of a bugbear that the planning staff have had for a long time. It's near like an MOT role. You're telling them that's what's wrong with it, and then they're going away and fixing it. Is there a case for planning applications to be just sent back saying, this isn't suitable, please redo and send back, rather than us checking under the bonnet and telling them exactly what they need to do? Would that be something that would help the process, Damien?
Thanks, through the Chair. Yeah, absolutely, it would. Look, what they're suggesting here is, and I think DFI have agreed to it. You'll see in one of the further reports coming before you today around the review of the Planning Act, is that they will look at, through legislation, bringing in a second validation checklist, which really is about raising the bar for making a planning application valid. In other words, it's more difficult to get it into the system. We're already piloting that in-house. We're doing that with our majors team. It's been working really well. I know there's only one other council that I'm aware of that's doing it at the moment, which is Belfast, but we are doing it through our majors team. And hopefully this legislation coming in will enable it to be applied more widely. What it means is that when we get an application into the system, it should be ready to go. We shouldn't have to carry out an MOT check on it. So certainly the change in legislation would address that, but also I suppose some progress as well around front loading applications. So working with applicants before they put it in to make sure that everything is there that we require. Again, we're doing that a lot in our major applications, and we're trying to roll it out more widely across all applications as well. We're doing some work behind the scenes on that. So together, you would hope that will address that issue of poor quality applications.
Thank you, Damien. Councillor Savage. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Damien. And I suppose, like Councillor Savage said, I suppose don't want to lose our heads here. That this is all the planning system of all the 11 councils, I'm assuming, Chairman. So therefore, as Damien has rightly pointed out, we're actually probably one of the better ones in the context. And there's a lot of things there that I can totally see where Damien's coming from, that we've already implemented ourselves. We didn't need to be told. We've been very proactive to try and sort of improve the planning system because of what we're sort of hearing from the folk on the ground and whatever. Totally agree with what is said. Is concerned that we're still talking about poor quality applications. Now, I don't know if that's still reflective in ABC or if that's just other councils. I don't know. There's one thing that struck out to me there, and again, I'd like Damien to expand on it, is that there was something about leadership of the planning system. Like, how would you read that, Damien? And I'm not pointing at you as the head of planning, but for them to sort of come up with something like that, did they have any did they expand on these things to say what does that mean? And I suppose the other thing, Damien, is that I find by using our system and as an agent and seeing it, like we're very reactive rather than proactive. you know, I use other planning systems, and there's you can click on our site and it tells you exactly what you need before you lodge that planning application. From roads, from environmental, from, you know, historic, from drainage, whatever. It gives you almost like a starting point. And I think maybe that's something that we could maybe look at, you know, in relation to it. But I think all in all, Damien, I think, you know, we're going the right direction. And again, I suppose, has to be said, you and your staff are the reason we're doing that. So, but if you could just address those couple of things, Damien, and sort of what your thoughts that means, and we'll leave it there. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Nicholson. Yeah, first of all, I suppose it's clear, need to make it clear that the audit report relates not just to 11 councils, but DFI. Yeah. DFI have come under a lot of scrutiny, you know, in this report, and the reference to providing leadership and support is directed very firmly at DFI as a regional planning authority. I think the point that's being made is that in the view of NIAO, there's a silo mentality across the planning system in Northern Ireland at the moment. Because you've different organisations involved, you've got councils, you've got DFI, you've got consultees, and according to the report, each organisation is prioritising its own resources, its own responsibilities, its own budgets. We're not all going at it in the same direction. There's a lack of coordination and a lack of a joined up approach. So it's that disjointed approach, that silo mentality that the NIAO have picked up on. And they're saying that in order to address that, DFI needs to provide leadership and support to councils. In relation to the point about, you know, providing direction to applicants and agents about what information is needed in relation to an application, yeah, that is what that, you know, raising the bar will do. It will bring in legislation that says, look, you know, without you providing whatever report it is, for example, a flood risk assessment, you won't get your application into the system. Now, we're already piloting that arrangement through the majors team, you know, the large scale investment proposals, and the agents we're working with are working with us really well. So they're actually, while there's no legal mandate to comply with it, they're actually welcoming it and saying, look, you know, okay, we'll go away, we'll do more work, we'll put the application back in whenever we've provided all the information you're telling us we need. And so that has paid dividends for us. And you can see that through the audit report in terms of how well we've done in processing major applications in comparison to other council areas. But that does need to be rolled out more widely. So it does need to be, so it's applied to every application. So hopefully that addresses the issues. Sure, thanks.
Thank you, Damien. You can thank Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Damien, for your plays. And I suppose in doing what you're doing, it actually helps agents because clients majority of the time trying to agents say, do I need that report? And if it's coming from you at the start, yes, you do need this report. Like I recall a planning committee, there was a debate whether we needed a flood risk assessment or not. I'm sure you know the one I'm talking about. And as I say, clients hate spending more money than they have to. So, and you can't blame them at the end of the day. And they're the ones that, but if it's in black and white at the start, this is what you need, A, B, C, D, E, whatever. And there's no, you know, sort of, you know, wavering away from that. I think it would make the system a lot more streamlined, and it would make it easier for agents as well. Because I do think that, you know, and again, reading the report, and I suppose coming from an agent, declaring interest in an agent, but you know, these poorly put together applications that could be based on agents not being able to get these reports done and saying, "Oh, we'll put it in anyway, and we'll see." Instead of that, but thanks, Damien. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Hopefully that's not how you do it. Thank you. Okay, no comment on that one, Damien saying. Okay, Councillor McLeod.
Yes, Chair, thank you for letting me in, and thank you Damien for the report, and indeed I think it's heartening that we as ABC Council or ABC Council Planning are at least somewhat ahead of the curve in terms of some of the things that we're doing. So it's always good to know that in terms of the things that we can control, that we are doing our best to get ahead. Having said that, the issue that I would want to raise, I know it has been touched on slightly in terms of your reply to Councillor Nicholson, and that's regarding the statutory consultees and how they are struggling to provide the information in a timely manner. And well, I'm not sure that it happens here every month, but certainly it happens numerous months that there are issues around that. And I'm just wondering, what's your sense, Damien, in terms of from the centre, from the department, what appetite is there to provide support to the statutory consultees that will not have our own house in order, but the people in the next room or next part or next, to use your term, silo, still aren't up to speed. So just interested in your thoughts on that, Damien. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks, Councillor McClelland. Yeah, I think the resourcing of consultees is obviously an issue that's come out of this, and you can see it does provide data around how consultees are performed, and there are one or two in particular who stand out as maybe not performing as well as others. I think this issue arose at the Public Accounts Committee recently. There were questions around that. And I think maybe, momentum will start to grow in terms of trying to ensure that some of these government departments who act as statutory consultees are properly resourced, because without the proper resourcing, how can they respond within the timeframes that the legislation sets down? So the resourcing is one aspect of that, but it is a call for, as I say, it's a call for those departments to ensure that they have the funding to resource their own departments. But aside from that issue, I think, the legislation, one of the points that's been picked up is that there should be legislation. And I think this has come out of the report that's coming up later around the review of the Planning Act, that the department is prepared to look at, for example, imposing financial penalties and not financial penalties, but penalties on consultees who don't respond within time. And also they have agreed to look at providing clarification to councils on what we can do if consultees don't comment in time, because there is a bit of uncertainty at the moment about, do you proceed to determine the application without their response? Does that leave us open potentially to the judicial review further down the line? And I know we've been looking at that matter very, very carefully, but it would help enormously if we had in legislation a clear direction to councils as to where we can go in those circumstances.
Thank you, Damien. Can I confirm? Okay, Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman, and thanks to Damien. No, just touching on the same subject, it's something we have raised a number of times about consultees and not being able to get the information. Damien, you touched on there. Does it mean maybe going outside with something not in legislation and go ahead and determine the application where we would stand in that? Or the other side of it would be, do we refuse and send it back because we haven't got that particular response? And it would lead me to if all the checklists are not ticked on an application, if it is sent back, what does that mean? Does that mean that there would be another fee for resubmitting it because of some information not being provided? Ultimately, that would go back, and it would be the applicant who would suffer from that because of maybe poor presentation of the application in the first place. I don't think the people or the one who the application is going for should be in some way have to pay that. Is there any thoughts on that if something like that is handed back or refused, that it would be can be resubmitted at a less cost or no cost. But it's just something I was thinking of. But at least what we're seeing here, we did make a good effort here, and I do know through the majors that you've talked about that your department is doing very well. That's much appreciated, and I think it's good. And we've laid down a marker there from all our councils for the way getting on with it in a number of ways. So just a couple of points. So thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Damien?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, thanks, Solomon Anderson. When we do receive an application, it isn't accompanied by all the information that we require. We will seek to try and get that information from the applicant by giving them a reasonable period of time to do that. But we have to be very wary that doesn't mean we miss our targets. Now, there can be unnecessary delays, and that can put us in a difficult position. So what we will endeavour to do, if possible, if we don't have all the, we can refuse it, and we are prepared to refuse it. But it does mean that an applicant then has to come back and pay a fee the next time. Yeah, that is the way it works. If you get a refusal because you don't have all the information in, and you have to resubmit again, well, it is a new fee. And that may seem, a bit unjust and a bit hard in some ways, but that is the way the system works. So, look, we do try to encourage applicants to come and see us before they put an application in, try and do a bit of front loading. It may be, if it's a straightforward application, like a single house in the countryside, it's a case of speaking to the duty planner, quick conversation at the planning reception to get a steer on whether in principle that we think it's acceptable, and also the type of information that's required. But applications that come in without any pre-application advice very often, well, not very often, but in some cases can fail to provide the information that we need to assess it. So that's why, coming back to that earlier point, the change in legislation may enable us to make sure that applications don't get into the system until all the information we need is there. It raises the bar for getting it into the system. And that means that when it does come in, really, it should be a quality application. It should have everything it needs for us to process it. Now, I hope that's answered your question, Alderman Anderson. I'm not sure if there's anything I missed there.
I'm going to come back, Damon. All right. No, just to come back, certainly agents need to be encouraged to provide all the information that's required. And maybe on the other side of the coin here, it could be that if agents know that the application will be refused because of this, that they're all know where they're going in this before they submit the application. And I do think we're working with the agents on these issues, and I hope that maybe in the back of this report that they will take it more on board on the applications and then hopefully go through speedily and cause less problems. We do note the odd one going through and delegated lists sometimes that you see refusal and all that information was asked for but wasn't forthcoming. I don't know why in these applications, but it's something that the agent should know that when that goes in, because at the end of the day, if it's sent back, it's the applicant who has to foot the bill here. So hopefully it doesn't. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. And I'm not saying any license, so just give me my own thoughts. It certainly was an interesting report to read, and one thing that did jump out, as you sort of touched on, was the transparency of the planning committee meetings and steps which I acknowledge some of which we are doing to improve the situation, but we could always aim for better. Councillor Nicholson mentioned who provides the leadership of planning. I suppose as elected community leaders, we all provide a bit of leadership in our own rights, and at this committee as well. And one thing, and I think there was a BBC article came out off the back of the audit report expressing that low public confidence in planning committees and what we can do to sort of, improve that. One thing which we did have a debate about was about 2.5 years ago was the automatic recording of planning committee votes when there was a disagreement I remember we had a good debate on that, but it was ultimately voted down. I think that could be a good step in order to help improve the transparency at this committee and just in general provide a bit more public confidence to our constituents. So I suppose I take this opportunity now to propose that again. And that proposal would be where there is a disagreement on a planning application that, and it comes to a vote, that an automatic recorded vote is taken. Same proposal I put down about 2 years or so ago. Is there anyone willing to second that proposal, first of all? Not seeing any lights. Oh, Councillor Duffy.
Second that proposal, sure.
Oh, okay, second by Councillor Duffy. Okay, is there any views on this proposal matter? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chairman, I do remember we had a good debate on this before, and obviously it was voted on and didn't go through. And I'll be honest with you, it's one of those ones I'm not comfortable with just being through out in the committee floor. I don't think you've given good enough reasons, Chair. I think, it's your opinion you're given. There's no substantiation to it. Is that what public want? I don't think it is. Like, we need to find out. I think maybe, following this report, there needs to be a bit of a review and maybe have a workshop, have a discussion ourselves, rather than just throw it in the committee floor and put it to vote. Because I'm not in a position, Chair, tonight, this afternoon, to I want to hear more about this. As I say, it is recorded. I think the debate the last time went that it's recorded for and against, right? I would love to know the statistics in the number of planning applications we actually do have dissensions. Very few, I think, to be honest with you. But look, I think it needs more drawn out rather than just propose or second on the committee floor and then we vote against. I don't think that's the way to handle it, Chair. I think it's to have a good discussion between ourselves around a table, have a workshop on it, and put your views more across. I'm not convinced, Chair, that what you're saying is that's going to restore public confidence. It's not to me, it's not the golden bullet. I think we need to find out what it is, what can restore. And maybe it's not our council at all, because I do emphasise again, it's DFI, as Damien has said, and the 11 councils. And we all are aware of other things that go on in other councils. I'm not going to say things, but we're all aware there's things go on, and it doesn't happen in this committee. And as I say, that's where I am, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. I do appreciate your contribution on this. And as you acknowledged, we did have a really good, thorough debate on this 2 years ago. So I'm not really sure about your comment, just throwing it out there when it has been an issue we've discussed before. Again, as a member of the committee, and I'm entitled to make a proposal, and it has been second. In terms of will it be a golden bullet, I would say probably not. However, there are many steps towards perfection. And I think this could be a step along that line. You're asking, do people want, I think, more transparency? I think generally they would, yes. Ultimately, we are accountable to them. I know maybe most people don't pay too much attention to what goes on at committees and council meetings unless it directly impacts them. And one of the ways that council business does directly impact them is the likes of plan applications in their area or, in their neighbourhood, kind of things like that. So I would say that, I would still be up for keeping a proposal on the floor, and that it will be I suppose, a small step in the right direction with more steps to come as Damien has outlined. But I think I would still be content to keep it on the floor. But see if you've put your light back on, so bring it back in again, Councillor Nicholson.
Just a point of clarification. I'm not against transparency. What I said was, people want more confidence in the planning committee. We need to find out what that is. You know what I mean? And I do agree with you. It's not one thing. It's a series of things. But I think there's a bigger picture here. And I do think, I'm not in a position tonight, this afternoon, to sort of say I'm for what you're proposing or against it, because I need no more information in relation to it. So that's where I am, Chair. Just to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Nixon. Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair. I don't disagree with anything either yourself or Councillor Nicholson says. In terms of recorded vote, anybody can, I'll support the proposal, Chair. I know my colleague has already seconded. Anybody can see the vote if they want. They can log on to YouTube and they can watch the council meeting in real time, or they can watch it at their own leisure. They will be able to see what way each member's votes, because we don't hold our votes in secret. It's out there already. So, you know, at the same time, that information's in the public domain. You're proposing that we have a recorded vote. It's already there, and I agree with you on transparency. You know, it's an extra layer of it, but you know, it's maybe, you know, it's a vote we probably didn't need to have today. I will support you, Chair, on it, but that information's in the public domain anyway. So that's just a point I wanted to make. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. I think it is, you know, important to record the votes in the minutes and so on, because who knows what could happen with our, you know, YouTube links and things like that. I know we've been doing it at the present, but when we go back to post-COVID guidelines, well, that will continue or what. So I think it's important to have a record there, because sometimes maybe if people get asked what way you vote, that not be inclined to sort of let certain people know. But if it's there, it's in black and white when there is a division, so to speak. I think it is something useful. But again, I think it's only a small thing. Councillor Nixon, see your lights on again.
Look, Chairman, I've listened obviously yourself and Councillor Savage, and look, I think just something came into my head there. There's a governance review going on in relation to council, and I think maybe this should be something maybe that carried as part of the governance review, and do it that way, Chair, rather than us as a committee just, you know, doing our own thing and whatever. It's a governance issue. It's an all council issue. So therefore, we what do you call it? I make that a proposal, Chair. We put it to the governance review.
Thank you, Councillor Nixon. So I've got that recorded proposal there. The only thing I would say is that we know that the planning committee section of this meeting operates under different, you know, guidelines than sort of a normal meeting, you know, with our you know, people who can come and object. So that's why my proposal would only apply to the likes of 4 o'clock onwards in the planning recording meetings, and then with the new normal status for, you know, the normal, you know, 3 o'clock meeting. We'll see if we get a seconder. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, second that, and just add that. Yeah, I'll second that. I'll just add, you know, sort of annoys me about when people throw about, you know, lines like transparency and that. You can't get more transparent in this committee. It's beamed across YouTube. Anybody can check in. Anybody can see anything about. They can probably come now back to the meeting and see how people vote. I just lament the fact that people throw these sort of assertions about, or, you know, paint pictures that we need to do this because of, you know, there's a lack of transparency. There's no lack of transparency. Absolutely no lack. You know, it's as transparent as that glass. You know what I mean? Basically. So I don't think there's a need for it at all. It's performed quite well over 7 years now. So don't see the need for it, but happy enough to second Councillor Nicholas' proposal that it goes to governance. But again, just put on record, I don't think you can get a more transparent committee in the council, to be fair. And we've fairly, up to this point anyway, we've fairly, you know, steered clear, to be fair, of any controversy, and I would imagine that will continue. And I suppose as chair, I don't know, when I was chair, it's not really somewhere where you can, you know, I feel a chairman's role is to conduct the meeting, you know, pursue these types of things when you're not in the chair. You know, I'd see the chair as that sort of sacrosanct role where you're just dealing with the meeting, dealing with the running of the meeting. And you know, that's what I did in my first year of this committee. Didn't seek to trump on any, you know, personal sort of, and I was seeing it with a fracking issue and that as well. I would just ask you maybe not. I know you're coming to the end of your term, but you know, in all the training that we went through, that was one of the main themes of chairing a meeting. Wasn't about yourself. It's more about the running of the meeting and making sure the business is done without veering down these paths. But I know, as with all democracies, you can, to an extent, you can do whatever you want. But there is an underlying sort of respect for the chair in the, you know, and the chairmanship of meetings. I'm not telling you off. I'm just saying that's where I see it. You know, certainly when you're back in the main meeting, put proposals up, but it's not really the role of the chair to do that because it can lead to division and divisiveness, which is not where this planning committee has ever went really before.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. And note your seconder. Just to clarify, I don't think there's a lack of transparency at this committee or in plan matters in general, but I think there could be an improvement. As has been outlined, at significant degree within the audit report itself, which the sort of proposals coming on the back of. In terms of the chairman's role, to touch on it, yep, I understand most of the time chairman's role is clicking buttons here, bringing in people in in order to our debate. But as you say, I do have the right to make proposals, and I will do. In my role, I suppose when I was elected, I hope to bring some additional transparency to this committee and other committees in the council, and I feel that I'm playing my role. Okay, so that's that. So that just to clarify that proposals made by Councillor Nicholson, second by Alderman Wilson, to have the matter discussed in that governance review. So 2 proposals on the floor. Any more speakers on this item? Okay, so we'll take the first proposal first. Is there agreement on that proposal? I take there's no agreement on that proposal, so we'll move to a vote on the proposal from myself, second by Councillor Duffy, relating to the automatic recording of planning committee votes on planning applications when there is a disagreement. And I'll request a recorded vote on that one. So members, I'm going to bring you in here one at a time, and I think we just need to wait until we're on the screen in order for you to cast your vote. So first up, just to clarify, this is my proposal, second by Councillor Duffy. First up is Alderman Anderson.
No, Chairman.
Thank you. Alderman Barr isn't here. Alderman Twyble.
Against? No. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Alderman Wilson.
No, Chair. No.
Yeah. Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McAlinton's not here. Councillor McLeod.
No.
Thank you. Councillor McGill's not here. Councillor McNally's not here. Councillor Nicholson.
No, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Savage.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
No, Chair.
Thank you. And then myself in favour. I don't think I need much time to add those up. It's a vote of 3 to 6 against. So just as it was recorded vote, those in favour, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Savage, Councillor Lavery, those opposed, Alderman Anderson, Alderman Twyble, Alderman Wilson, Councillor McClellan, Councillor Nicholson, Councillor Wilson. Okay, so that proposal has failed. I suppose I don't know whether Councillor Nicholson's proposal is automatically carried then. Any disagreement to it? Not seeing any disagreement to it, so that proposal's carried. Okay, thank you, members. So that was item 3.2, item for information. Any other questions on it? No. Okay, thank you, Damien, for taking us through that report. So we're moving on to item 3.3, again, it's an item for information. It's a DFI review of implementation of the Planning Act, and we'll hand over to Roisin Hamill, who will take us through it. Over to you, Roisin.
Thank you, Chair. Members will recall in February 21, the Department for Infrastructure issued a call for evidence in relation to its review of the implementation of the Planning Act 2011. At a meeting of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee in April 21, the committee considered its response to DFI's call for evidence in respect of this review, which included comments on the Act and associated legislation. The Department published its report on the review into the implementation of the Act on the 27th of January 2022, and a copy of this report is attached to Appendix 5. The call for evidence attracted 55 responses, and the vast majority of comments related to local development plans, development management and enforcement. In seeking to address the findings from the review, DFI has made 16 recommendations covering aspects of the Planning Act. In relation to local development plans, the Department acknowledges the call for reform of the process, but does not consider that a fundamental review is required until such time as a number of Council's LDPs have been adopted. The Department believes the issues can be addressed through better guidance and reviewing the statutory list of consultees, and has committed to monitor and review current processes following adoption of a number of LDPs. The Department is committed to add to or amend development plan guidance as required, and will also undertake a review of the publicity and advertisement requirements associated with plan making to determine whether there are ways to enhance online digital means of communication in plan making, specifically to improve accessibility. In relation to development management, the Department acknowledges there are a number of areas which merit further review and potential legislative change. This includes a review of the existing thresholds and categories of development to determine if they remain fit for purpose. The Department is also committed to bringing forward proposals for both online and in-person engagement at the pre-application community consultation process, and has committed to bringing forward legislation to improve the quality of applications on submission, which is one of the main obstacles to timely decision-making, and obviously something that we've touched on earlier in the meeting. Similarly, the Department will explore and give further consideration to the legislative requirements around statutory consultations, including timeframes for consultation responses, penalties for late responses, and how councils can proceed if statutory consultees do not respond within the required timeframes. The Department recommends supplementing existing Section 59 provisions to prevent appellants making late changes at the appeal stage when the Council has not had a proper opportunity to consider or carry out appropriate consultation. In terms of enforcement, the Department is committed to exploring the use of fixed penalty notices for advertisements and multiple fees for retrospective applications as deterrents to an unauthorised activity. The Department have also committed to undertake a general review of planning fees, including an automatic annual inflationary uplift. While not all of the recommendations by the Council and the responses to the call for evidence have been included in the 16 recommendations, the recommendations that have been proposed are welcomed. Thank you, Chair. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Roisin. Members, that's an item of information. Any questions for Roisin? Not seeing any lights up. Okay, thank you, Roisin, on that one. So item 3.4, against an information item, it's response from DSC in relation to request to reconsider the list of Lauren Mount there and Common that was discussed, I think it was last month. We'll hand over to Helen Stoops, who's going to take us through the response. Thank you, Helen.
Thank you, Chair. Members will recall at a meeting of this committee on the 12th of January, it was agreed to write to the Minister for Communities and Historic Environment Division following the Department's decision not to proceed with the proposed listing of Laurel Mount located at 41 Kilbergan Road, Common, in addition to wider concerns regarding the listing process and listed buildings. Response has been received from Ian Greenaway, the Director of Historic Environment Division, who's also acting on behalf of the Minister. A copy of the response can be found at Appendix 6. Details of the matters raised with the Minister and the HED are set out in this report. In the response, the Department has indicated that HED officers have reviewed the case and have reaffirmed the decision not to proceed with the listing of Laurel Mount. In relation to financial assistance for the owners of listed buildings, the Department acknowledges the reduced levels of available grants through to make funding available. Regarding consultation with owners and occupiers of proposed listed buildings, the Department sets out the current process, and whilst there is no statutory obligation for them to consult with owners, they issue correspondence to owners at the same time as consulting councils. However, the Department has indicated the committee's comments in relation to being a statutory requirement will be brought forward to the next review of the statutory provisions. The Department also outlines the stages of the consideration of the listing of Laurel Mount to correspondence issued to council officers on 6th of December, which suggested the serving of a building preservation notice on Laurel Mount. The department has also indicated that it is currently reviewing building preservation notice processes to consider whether further refinements may be appropriate. However, in the case of Laurel Mount, it is indicated that if a building preservation notice would have been served in early December, it may have prohibited the subsequent works. It is also suggested the Council may wish to consider the extent of delegation to this committee and officers regarding both listing consultations and advise that HED were aware the Council officers do not have delegated authority for dealing with listing consultations or building preservation notices and have been previously advised to engage with Council in advance of formal consultations being issued. In order to mitigate against the need to extend the consultation period and to ensure that building preservation notices and listing consultations are carefully sequenced to reduce any potential risk to buildings that Historic Environment Division are proposing to list. Members will recall that a building preservation notice is a form of temporary listing which provides statutory protection to a non-listed building for a period of 6 months. The Planning Act gives councils the discretionary power to serve a building preservation notice on the owner and occupier of a non-listed building where it is considered that the building is of special architectural or historic interest and it is in danger of demolition or of alteration in such a way to affect its character as a building of such interest. Members are also advised that if DFC do not proceed to list a building, Council may be liable to pay compensation to the owner if it were to serve a building preservation notice. In this case, following receipt of the correspondence on Monday, the 6th of December regarding the building preservation notice, officers immediately started to establish the facts regarding Laurel Mount, including ownership of the property, the planning history check, a site inspection and an assessment of the building against DFC guidance and statutory requirements to ensure that there was a robust case for Council to serve a building preservation notice. As members are aware, the serving of a building preservation notice is not a delegated matter, and the earliest opportunity to present the matter to this committee was the 12th of January. By this time, officers were aware of works having been carried out to alter the historic fabric of the building. However, in advance of bringing this item before this committee, confirmation was sought from DFC that its opinion on the architectural or historic significance of the building remained unchanged. The principal reason for doing so was to ensure that if a building preservation notice was served by the Council, that the building would be subsequently listed by DFC. Members are advised that officers are meeting with Historic Environment Division next Thursday to identify solutions on how listing consultations and building preservation notice processes can be better sequenced between the department and the Council, and members will be kept updated on the matter. Thank you, Chair, and this item is for information, and I'm happy to clarify any points.
Thank you, Helen, for taking us through that report. Yeah, I suppose it is disappointing that that decided not to list it, but it certainly was worth us at least giving it a go to ask them to reconsider, because I know as Councillor Nicholson said multiple times, when it's gone, it's gone. But it looks like it's going to be gone on this occasion. The only question or query would have in terms of their suggestions around modification to that scheme of delegation. Understand maybe that's currently being reviewed. Will that possible amendment or at least discussion about it be part of that review? I don't know if that's a question for Damien or Helen. Damien?
Yes, Chair, we could certainly include that matter within the next review of the scheme of delegation. Happy to do that.
Thank you, Damien. Any other queries on this one, members? Not seeing our hands up. So again, thank you again, Helen, for taking us through that one. Okay, members, we're on to item 3.5. It's updating plan caseloads, and hand over to Damien Mulligan, Head of Planning.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Members, as you'll note from the report before you, the department received 144 applications during the month of February and decided 150, which brings our live caseload number to 1,498. That is 6 down on last month's total, and I'm happy to report is almost 90 down on where we were at the end of September. Some good progress has therefore been made, members. I can also report that year to date, the number of applications received and decided is significantly higher than was the case during the last 2 years. And this is obviously excellent news from a planning, income and investment perspective. I can also advise that over the course of the current business year, the planning department has processed 11 major applications, which between them have delivered £55 million of inward investment to the borough and approximately 275 new job opportunities. The department continues to operate at a 16% vacancy level, but we are confident that the vacancy level will fall during the month of March when several posts are expected to be filled. And with additional resources and through the implementation of the service improvement plan, we will continue to drive our caseloads down and improve performance. And those efforts will hopefully be assisted, members, by the report that you've already heard from the NIAO and also the review of the Planning Act. One final point to draw your attention to, members, is that relatively speaking, a very high number of applications were called in. During the month of February, that number was 11, bringing the total for year to date to 41. And while officers recognise the importance of operating a call-in arrangement, this high number is having significant implications for live caseload numbers and for processing times. Thank you, Chair, and happy to take any questions, members.
Thank you, Damien, and thank you to all the staff who are working in the background for questions. Any questions or queries on this, members, or are we happy to note? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Damien, for your report. And yeah, look, I think that's the first time, Damien, you haven't been pushing more up a hill in a month. It looks like you're getting more out than's coming in. So if that trend continues, hopefully you'll be able to get your way through the backlog. And the Chair says, like, you know, obviously the committee, I'm sure we all thank all the members of the planning, you know, staff who obviously are doing overtime, etc., and things to try and sort of keep the numbers turning over and dealing with applications. I want to sort of ask you about the 11 call-ins, Damien. I agree with you. If you look at the stats, it's quite a spike in the context. So do you see any reason for that? I suppose where I'm coming from is there a hesitance on the agents or the applicant to discuss applications with the planning officers to try and find some sort of, you know, compromise, or are these sort of, you know, last chance saloons, and then they go to elected member and then elected member calls it in, and again, I suppose it's just understanding that process, because if this trend continues, you know, it leaves us as a committee going to have a problem. Because as you know, those 11 applications now have to come to this committee. They're adding on to the applications, as you said yourself. We've 11 majors, and like, let's be honest, the majors are the ones that really make the economically the difference, be it on job creation, etc., out there within the community. That's not undermining what the other applications are, and everybody deserves to use the planning process for what it's meant to be. But I suppose I would like to hear more sort of what your thoughts are, Damien, on that. Do you think this is a one-off, or do you think this is something that potentially could be more and more common going forward? Has there something changed in policy, or something that basically that we've got this spike? Because that would worry me, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, through the Chair. Thanks, Councillor Nicholson. Yeah, it's a highly unusual number, 11. I mean, members will know from, you know, from the beginning of the business year, it tends to be around sort of maximum of 3 call-ins a month. So this is a highly unusual number. And I'm not able to say exactly what the reason is for that, to be perfectly honest with you. But it's, you know, it's a bit of an anomaly, I suppose, you know, when you look at the general picture. But members will be aware that the call-in arrangement is one that we've had a very, very good look at as part of the service review that we've undertaken. And, you know, we've tried to make the process more robust and more transparent, you know, happening again here to where the NIAO were. But, you know, we've introduced a template for members to give reasons for calling, because again, that's the point that the NIAO picked up on. It's to try and make the process a bit more robust, but it does add another layer for members, which is inconvenient, and I understand that. But it's a matter that I think we should keep under review. You know, whether we need to look at introducing additional measures where if an application is called in, do we, for example, require that the member who called it in has to speak at the committee? And that's only, you know, a possibility. I'm not suggesting that here and now, but I'm just, you know, there are ways of considering how we could address this particular issue, as Councillor Nicholson says, it does become a bit of a problem for us. So, you know, that's something we can certainly keep on under review, members.
Thank you, Damien. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Damon. I suppose the other thing is that I think just going down the list here, half of them are infills, you know, which again, that's something that maybe we need to look at as well. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Yeah, I noticed that myself, and I don't know whether any additional training could be offered for non-planning committee members. No, we deal with infills every month, so we'll policy back to front, but there's always new ones, but whether that could be considered, Damien.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, Chair, we have delivered training for all members recently, and so that has been done. But having said that, you know, look, we are committed to providing ongoing capacity building for members. So we will be looking at a programme of training for members as we move forward through into the next business year anyway, Chair. So happy to take that on board.
Thank you. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. I suppose just on that, you know, issue of infills, I think they're the ones that, you know, provide the most difficulty in terms of, well, I suppose for us as well, because we can see pluses and minuses in infills, as was the case in recent months. And also, if you move out then into the councillor base, if you like, who aren't on the committee, well, the arguments may seem a wee bit more tantalising to them in terms of why it should be taken. Whereas when we get into the minutiae of it here, there's other issues that maybe aren't considered by non-planning committee councillors. So, and I mean, we've built up a bit of a knowledge base just through the longevity of this committee and all the various infills that we have come across. So I suppose we can't be too hard on other councillors when they are called in. If, you know, when we've had a fair few twos and fro's on infills over the years, so I can sort of understand where that's coming from. Thanks. Just a remark.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. That I'm sure we'll take that on board. Okay. Any other comments, members, or happy to note? Okay, happy to note that. And again, thank you, Damien, for taking us through that. Okay, members, we're on the agenda item 4, and we're starting with item 4.1, item for decision and the street naming report for Edenbrook. I'm going to hand over to Tom Lavery, Head of Building Control, to present this item. Tom.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Yes, item 4.1 is a request for the name of a housing development consisting of 180 dwellings situated in the Newry Road in Banbridge, and details are contained within the report, Officer in Appendix 1. Applicant's preferred name for this development is Edenbrook, and the applicant's reason for the proposed name is that the site's adjacent to a long-established development known as Edenville Avenue, and there's also a geographical picture of a stream running through the site, with Brook being an alternative for the name of stream. So officers have assessed and deemed the proposal is compliant with the Council street naming policy, so recommendation therefore is for members' approval. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tom. Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair. Just happy to propose, Chair.
Thank you. Any seconder for the proposal? Alderman Twyla.
Happy to second.
Thank you, members. So proposal from Councillor Savage, second by Alderman Twyble to accept the recommendation there. All agreed, members? Okay, thank you, Tom. We're staying with Tom for item 4.2, item for information, just an update on building control. Tom?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is just to update members on the workload for the department for the 11 months from 1st of April to 28th of February. As noted in Appendix 2, in the first 11 months of this year, we have received 3,054 applications, which is actually 332 more than the equivalent period for last year. These projects have a notional construction investment value of just under 208 million. During this 11-month period, we undertook just over 2,200 plan assessments and issued statutory notices on all of these. The department has also completed almost 13,400 site inspections in the last 11 months. We currently have a 12% vacancy within the department. Some of those long-term, unfortunately. So those are affecting our processing times just currently, but we are working with HR to address these. The department has also continued to deliver the Council's property certificate function for the conveyance of properties. In this 11-month period, we received and administered 3,803 new applications and issued 3,820 certificates to solicitors and agents relating to property sales. Again, Chair, this is for information, but happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, members, any questions or queries on that report? It's an item for information. I'm happy to note. Thank you, and thank you, Tom, for presenting those items. Okay, members, we're on to agenda item 5, which is the confidential section of the meeting. Could we get a proposer and a seconder to move into committee? Proposed by Councillor Nicholson, seconded by Alderman Anderson. Okay, members have to read out the following statement. Members and online viewers, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, exempt information, we will now be moving into a confidential session of the meeting. This means that we will be turning off the public feed of the meeting. This will be returned when the meeting is restarted. You can ask the ICT officers to please turn off the live feed and confirm with me when the confidential section of this meeting can proceed. Thank you. The IT feed is live. Okay, that's us back. Okay, members, on to agenda item 7, correspondence. There's 2 items of correspondence. We're just going to note them unless any members have any questions or queries with regards to those 2 items. Not seeing the lights on or hands up, so we'll just note those 2 items. Agenda item 8, any other business. I don't have any other business with me, so that's the first section of our meeting complete. So we're going to have a short recess until planning applications. What we say we'll start at 4:30 p.m. sharp. That's in 13 minutes. So we'd ask the planning IT team to pause the live feed, and we'll be back at 4:30. Okay, members, that's us back. We're on to agenda item 6, the applications for planning decision. Just need to read out the following statement. Members of the public are advised that the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee is being held in the Council Chamber in Craigavon Civic Centre. However, due to COVID restrictions, the number of persons who can physically be facilitated in the chamber is severely limited. As a result, members of the public are only able to view the meeting on YouTube, and anyone wishing to address the committee has been invited in the first instance as an attendee via Zoom. Audio recording is being used to assist in preparing the formal minutes. Therefore, anyone participating in the meeting consents to it being recorded and being live streamed on YouTube. Also, during the course of this meeting, questions may be asked by councillors who are members of the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee, of planning officers, applicants for planning permission, objectors, or those speaking on their behalf. In doing so, councillors endeavour to ascertain the information which they feel is necessary to enable them to determine the application. However, members of the public should note that councillors will not reach a conclusion as to whether an application should be approved, refused, or deferred until the debate on the application has concluded. Okay, members, so we have eight items to decide on here. So we're starting off with Appendix 1, which is application number LA08/2019/0632/F. Just had to declare I was contacted by a relative of the applicant, but I explained to them that I was a member of the planning committee. I could not just express a view on the application until it came to committee. As such, I feel I'm still able to take part in the application. So we have a number of people making representations tonight via Zoom. But firstly, we're going to be handing over to Roisin Hamill, Principal Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. Over to you, Roisin.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks retrospective permission for the erection of a single wind turbine and ancillary development on lands 320 metres northeast of 30 Granshire Road, Armagh. The turbine has a hub height of 40 metres and rotor diameter of 27, and the ancillary development is comprised of a substation and a small section of underground cable. Access to the site will be via an existing farm laneway. The application site is in the rural area and is comprised of a portion of a larger agricultural field, with the wider field bounded by hedges and posted wire fences. The immediate area surrounding the site is defined by open countryside with farm dwellings and their associated outbuildings and other rural dwellings. The moor in AOMB lies approximately 2 kilometres to the west, and there's one other turbine in close proximity to the application site, 450 metres to the west on the opposite side of the Granshire Road. By way of background, planning permission was granted in 2013 by the former DOE for the erection of a wind turbine with a 40-metre hub height and a blade diameter of 27 metres on lands approximately 15 metres to the northeast of the current application site. Following the erection of the turbine, it was determined that the turbine was not erected as approved. The original permission has now expired and can no longer be implemented, therefore there's no fallback position. An enforcement notice has been served on the site, and this notice has been appealed to the Planning Appeals Commission. The proposal has been assessed against Planning Policy Statement 18, which states that development that generates energy from renewable energy resources will be permitted subject to a number of criteria. In assessing the impact on human health and residential amenity, the potential impacts arising from noise, shadow flicker, ice throw and reflective light have been considered in detail in the report. In terms of noise, a noise impact assessment was submitted in support of the application, which identified a number of noise-sensitive receptors on the Slave-to-Bowley Road and Granshire Road. The Council's Environmental Health Department has been consulted and have advised that the noise impact assessment predicts that the turbine shall not be within the limits set using ETSU as cited in the guidance to BPS 18, subject to conditions. Officers are satisfied that the proposed development will not have an unacceptable impact on the amenity of nearby residential properties by way of noise. In relation to shadow flicker, PPS 18 states that only properties within 130 degrees either side of north relative to the turbine can be affected at these latitudes in the UK. It goes on to state that at a distance greater than 10 times rotor diameter from a turbine, the potential for shadow flicker is very low. It is recommended that shadow flicker at neighbouring dwellings should not exceed 30 hours per year or 30 minutes per day. In this case, the proposed rotor diameter is 27 metres, and as such, 10 times rotor diameter is 270 metres. Officers note there are no properties within the 10 times rotor diameter distance, 130 degrees either side of north. Notwithstanding this, a shadow flicker assessment has been carried out in respect of the development, and the findings of the assessment states that under worst case scenario, no property within or just beyond 10 times rotor diameter of the retrospective turbine would experience more than 30 hours per year or 30 minutes of shadow effects per day. All properties associated would experience less than the PPS 18 limits or no effects at all. The report concludes that no mitigation is therefore required. However, in this case, the turbine has been on site and operating for some time. Correspondence has been received from a nearby residential property questioning the findings of the shadow flicker report and stating that at present the turbine is operating outside the predicted values of 30 hours per year or 30 minutes of shadow effects per day. In response, the agent dealing with the application has advised that a PSDS system can be satisfactorily used to mitigate against shadow flicker. This has been confirmed in writing by a specialist in the wind energy sector, and this approach is supported by guidance set out in the best practice guidance to PPS 18. If members were minded to overturn the recommendation to refuse this application, conditions would be required to ensure the proposed software is installed within a certain period of time of any decision notice granting retrospective approval. In terms of biodiversity and nature conservation or built heritage interests, NIEA Natural Environment Division has been consulted and advised they have considered the impacts of the proposal on designated sites and other natural heritage interests, and on the basis of the information provided has no concerns. A bat activity survey was submitted in support of the application, and NED accept the development is unlikely to significantly impact the local bat population. A red kite survey was also submitted, and NED accept that the development would not have a significant adverse impact on the population of red kites within the surrounding area and Northern Ireland. In relation to features of built heritage significance, a rath lies approximately 470 metres to the west of the application site. Given the separation distances, there is no requirement to consult HED for their comments, nor does the proposal engage any of the policies in PPS 6 or the corresponding sections of the SPPS. In terms of visual amenity and landscape character, the site is located within the Slieve Crib Foothills landscape character area. Supplementary planning guidance, wind energy developments in Northern Ireland's landscapes advises that particular care should be taken to avoid adverse impacts on areas with distinctive views to the surrounding Slieve Crib summits, and that the overall sensitivity rating is high to medium. In assessing the visual amenity and landscape character impacts of the turbine, officers have identified a number of critical viewpoints, and consideration of these has been set out in detail in the report. Officers consider that when viewed from the Granshire Road, Slieve Crib is visible in the background, and from this viewpoint, the turbine would read as a stark and dominant feature on the skyline, impacting on views to the Slieve Crib summit. When viewed from both the Slieve Naboli Road and the Rathfriland Road, the turbine would be elevated above the road and sit prominently on the skyline. The turbine would read as a stark and dominant feature in the landscape and would cause an unacceptable impact on the visual amenity and landscape character by reason of its size, scale, and prominence. When viewed from the Catesbridge Road, the turbine would be viewed in conjunction with the existing turbine on the opposite side of the Granshire Road, and at some points with two turbines further to the east located off the Rathfriland Road. Views along this road are also read in the context of views towards the AOMB and the Slieve Crib summit in the background. Officers consider that the introduction of another sizable structure into this landscape would further impinge on the distinctive skyline of Slieve Crib. Cumulatively, the word turbine development would detract from the scenic quality of the landscape and would therefore have an unacceptable impact on the visual amenity and landscape character of the area. A total of 5 representations have been received from 4 separate addresses. The issues raised in correspondence include impacts of shadow flicker, noise, and impacts on birds, and consideration of these issues has been set out in detail in the report. For the reasons set out, officers will recommend that this application is refused as the proposal is contrary to the SPPS and policy RE1B of PPS 18 renewable energy, and that the proposed development would have an unacceptable adverse impact on the visual amenity and landscape character of the area. So I'll just take you through to the presentation. And you can just see the location of the site within the general area. The blue arrow there. And this is our site location plan submitted with the planning application. You can see the red line of the application site. And this is the site plan details. I don't know if you can see, sorry, Louise could go back. I don't know if you can see it, members, but there is like a dotted square straddling the red line of the current application site. That's the location of the turbine as previously approved back in 2013. And that's the plans and the elevations of the proposed turbine. And this is an aerial photograph of the site. You can just see sort of on the top right-hand side of the screen, the existing turbine in situ. This is a view from the Granshire Road, which lies to the east of the application site. And another view of the turbine from the Granshire Road with the Slieve Crib in the background. This is a view of the turbine from the Slieve Naboli Road, which lies to the east of the application site. And just another view from further down the Slieve Naboli Road. You can see the turbine there sitting on the skyline. And this is a view of the turbine from the Catesbridge Road, which lies to the west of the application site. And again, you can see it in the context of the other turbine in the Granshire Road and the Slieve Crib in the background. And this is another view of the turbine from the Catesbridge Road with Slieve Crib in the background. And there's another one there. You can see again the two turbines there with Slave Crib in the background from the Catesbridge Road. And this is a view of the turbine from the Rathfriland Road, which lies to the east. And you have the sun's low in the sky there, but you can just about see the turbine on the skyline there. And again, that's another view of the turbine from the Rathfriland Road sitting obviously on the skyline. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Roisin, for taking us through that report. Okay, members, there's a number of people who are down to make representations here on Zoom, so we go through them. First up, we have Councillor Eamon McNeil to make a representation in objection to the application. Councillor McNeil, you're very welcome. You have 5 minutes. Hopefully there'll be a clock appearing on your screen. That will have a 5-minute timer. Okay, there it is. Okay, Councillor McNeil, it's over to yourself and the clock will begin to count down whenever you start to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think it'll take 5 minutes now, but I'll get on with it anyway. I just want to thank you for allowing me to speak on this planning application on behalf of Mr. Liam Rooney, 20 Sleeve-my-Body Road, Armagh. The windmill in question was erected about 6 years ago, unknown to the Rooney family. It was in the following months that Liam Rooney started to lodge complaints about the flickering shadows that were being created throughout his home as a result of this wind turbine. All of the rooms in their home, bar one, are being affected. Following the lodgement of these complaints, it was then discovered that this wind turbine had been erected on the wrong site, which the applicant is now applying for. Liam's wife, Elizabeth, had a brain aneurysm and hemorrhage just over 3 years ago. This resulted in brain surgery and she was in the hospital for 2 weeks. Her doctor is concerned that the flickering being created by this turbine could be detrimental to her health. Closing the blinds and curtains, as she's been told to do, is not an option. A recording of this flickering has been forwarded on to the Planning Department and Environmental Health within ABC Council, along with the doctor's report. Now that both Liam and his wife are at home all the time, as Liam retired last Christmas, we're having to suffer longer times of this flickering. I am making this appeal on behalf of the Smith family for members here present to go with the planner's decision not to grant planning permission for this wind turbine. The health and well-being of Mrs. Elizabeth Rooney and her family is paramount in this case. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor McNeil, and you're well within your time there. And again, any members can ask any questions of you during the question phase. Okay, members, next up we have Councillors Brian Pope and Councillors Kyle Savage to make a representation in support of the application. You guys have 5 minutes in total, so 2.5 minutes each. I'm not sure which of yourselves is seeking to go first. There's something happening on my IT screen here, so I can't see the... We'll just get that sorted first.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to go first.
Oh,
Thank you,
okay,
Chair.
Councillor Pope. Yeah, can you see the 5-minute timer?
Yes, I can indeed. Thank you.
Okay, so you've got 2.5 minutes there, so I'll ask you to start whenever you're ready.
The sole reason given in the planning report for refusal is that this turbine would have an unacceptable adverse impact on the visual amenity and landscape character of the area. However, the same turbine was granted planning consent in 2013, and at that time it wasn't considered to have unacceptable adverse impacts on visual amenity and landscape character. Financial commitments from a small local business have been progressed on this basis. Since then, planning policy has not changed and the principal location of this turbine has not changed. So I would question the reasons behind the recommendation for refusal. Furthermore, I believe that this application should not be unduly penalised by good or bad planning decisions made on other single wind turbine applications in this or other areas, possibly for completely different or other reasons. Also bearing in mind that this turbine has been in place since 2013-14, and any other local wind turbine decisions made after the erection of this turbine would have had to consider this turbine's existence as part of their application. Therefore, given the history of the previous planning consent for this turbine I believe that to refuse this application would be disproportionately unfair on an individual family and a small local business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pope. So the clock stopped there, 3 minutes, 27 seconds left. And then we'll hand over to Councillor Savage. And I suppose, Councillor Savage, you can use up the rest of the time. So whenever you're ready, if you've been speaking, then the clock will count down.
Thank you, Chair. Chair and committee, I took the time out on Saturday to go up and see the site myself, and I counted probably about 10 wind turbines within the area, visual area. And this was originally granted permission. The original one was in 2013, and planning, as has been stated, there's been no change in planning policy since then. But this has been in planning since 2019, this application that's in front of you here now. And there is a slight deviation from the previous approval. You're talking a matter of a few feet away. So you are, so in my eyes, there's not a big difference in the two applications here. That was for the one that was granted and the one that's in front of you here now. And there's no change in the wind turbine size. There's no change in the landscape in around, that's going to affect us here. So it isn't. And we're talking about renewable energy. We're in this phase of renewable energy. Where else do we put a wind turbine? So I think there has been due process has been carried out with the original application and with this application. But I would appeal to the planning committee to support the applicant in this here. So it is, because it's not just a wind turbine. This is a privately owned wind turbine. You're threatening the future financial viability of this business, farming business within the area. And the fact that there's mitigation has been given in regards to the flicker, I would think that's enough grounds to support this application. So look, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Okay, next up we have Ed Painter to make a representation and objection to the application. Mr. Painter, you're very welcome. You should see the 3 minutes up in front of you. So if you want to unmute yourself and begin to give your representation, that clock will begin to count down whenever you begin to speak. So over to yourself.
Chair, Alderman, councillors, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Could I begin by saying, first and foremost, that I'm a supporter of renewable energy. I come from a background as a science educator in a post-primary school and at university level all my entire career. However, my concern with the wind turbine on the Grancher Road is that of shadow flicker. I suffer with migraine. The National Headache Foundation in research found that bright lights are more likely to trigger a migraine if they are of a flickering quality. A slow flicker is usually much more irritating than a rapid one. I've headaches. Already I've had headaches induced by this flicker, and I take medication for same. I note that the papers supplied in PPS 18 Renewable Energy stated that the size of the turbine, no flicker should be visible more than 270 meters, and no property falls within this range. I also note that PPS 18 was written in 2009 without no update since. Could I draw your attention to some research by a Dr. Tom Priestley in the Northeast United States, and I've provided information on that, where flicker can be up to 1.4 kilometers from the site. The also mitigation, as previously mentioned, it's never been offered to residents already here now. Could I say, like, during the months of September, my home on the Sleeve-Napoli Road is affected as the sun sets by this flicker. All the rooms in my home are affected by it. My main living room, so watching television is very difficult. And I also serve as a director of W5 and in the Odyssey Trust, who operate the SSA Arena. Like you councillors, I work in the evenings, and my computer room faces directly to the turbine. So I have flicker coming through my windows all during this, which makes work difficult. My dining room also faces directly to the turbine, so evening meals can end up unpleasant with a resulting headache. And could I also mention in conclusion that the period of time is between 25 and 45 minutes that takes place each time that this flicker happens. Also, could I also mention the PPS8 team is taken from the Parsons Brickenhoff information, which the whole of the UK covers with. Wales have suggested that not only the mitigation of software, but the mitigation of trees and things planted to prevent the flicker on houses. That is not being offered anywhere in Northern Ireland. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Painter, and you're well within your time. And again, any members will be able to ask questions of you. So if you want to stay and just maybe mute yourself, and then we'll bring you in if there's any questions asked to yourself. Okay, last up to make a representation, we have Gavin Smith from Clyde Shanks to make representation as the agent in support of the application. Okay, Mr. Smith, you should be seeing the 3 minutes up in front of you as well. If you want to unmute yourself, and then whenever you begin to speak, the clock will begin to count down. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Throughout the processing of this application since May 2019, we as agents have been in weekly contact with the planning department to assist them in making a positive recommendation. However, despite the application being in with the planning department for coming up to 3 years, there was never any communication from them relating to perceived concerns regarding visual impact. The only time that this was raised was verbally and after the planning committee report had already been completed. This is not considered to be good practice, as it did not give the applicant any opportunity to engage directly with the planning department to present a supporting case. Having read through the committee report, it is noted that there is only a brief mention of the planning history with regards to this site, which has a significant planning history. The report fails to outline that the approved siting of the turbine under reference Q 2012-0023F is mostly contained within this 2019 application site. The assessment by the case officer also fails to comprehensively assess or give any planning weight to the planning history of the previous decision, which is significant planning history. Since 2013, when the previous application was approved, there has been no change in planning policy with regards to the assessment of wind turbine applications. The location of the site within the specific landscape character area has not changed, and the turbine dimensions has not changed. Furthermore, the siting of the turbine only slightly deviates from that previously approved, and I draw your attention to the site plan. We would ask members to carefully consider the submitted site plan showing the approved versus that in situ. Effectively, the difference is minor. Consequently, the assessment of this application should be afforded the significant weight of the planning history, i.e. the previous approval, which it has not been done by the planning department. The previous committee report for application 2012 concluded that the construction of one additional wind turbine on the application site would not result in a significantly greater visual impact, warranting refusal of the permission on the basis of cumulative impact and thereby detriment to landscape character. The report goes further, stating refusal of permission on visual grounds could not be sustained. Given that the approved turbine site is within this application site, there is no change in turbine dimensions, there is no change in landscape character area, the same conclusion must be made, i.e. to approve. It is noted that no objections have been raised from third parties concerning perceived visual impact. To refuse this application would not represent consistent decision-making, as the two applications are directly comparable in terms of location, dimensions, and policy context. Lastly, to refuse the application would be economically devastating for the applicant, who is a farmer and not a turbine operating company. We would respectfully request that members move to approve the application. Thank you for the opportunity to make a representation before you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith, and you're within 10 seconds of your time there, so thank you for that. And again, you'll be staying with us to answer any questions members may have. Members, we also have Paul McCullough from Environmental Health in attendance via Zoom, if members have any questions in terms of that environmental health issues. Okay, members, are there any questions on the floor at this stage? Councillor McClelland, you're in first.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can I thank you for bringing me in, and thank you to Roisin and all who have spoken on this application so far. Chairman, thank you. I suppose I have a couple or three questions, Chair, if you will indulge me. The very first one is around the topography of the area, and specifically, is there any difference, or what are the differences in the topography of the original site that was passed and the actual location that the wind turbine was erected on. So that's my first question. The second one is around the visual impact, Chair, and I suppose this is an area that I know reasonably well, and I suppose my question would be, you know, within a 2 or 3 mile radius, how many other wind turbines are there? Because I think if we're going to talk about the visual impact, we need to be viewing the whole picture. And my third question, Chair, is around the flicker and the information that we have around that. And at the very least, there seems to be a divergence or a difference in the information that we're getting. And on the one hand, there is no issue, then there is contradictory information, and we are told that we can put in mitigations. So just a few thoughts from the officer, or indeed anyone else who has spoken around those issues. And thank you for your indulgence, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor McClellan. I suppose I'll ask those 3 questions to Roisin. Firstly, around the topography compared to the original application, number of turbines in the 2 or 3 mile radius, and then just further info on the shadow flicker issue. Roisin.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the topography of the area, well, the wider area is drumlin landscape, okay? But in terms of the topography and the difference between where the turbine was approved and where the turbine is located now, well, it's roughly 15 metres from where it was originally approved, is within the same field. Now, the new turbine is outside the red line of the original application site, which is why a retrospective application was needed in the first place. But in terms of the height difference, there probably isn't a significance in the difference of the height, the topography of actually where the two are located. But, you know, the approved turbine was 15 metres away from here, and as I say, outside the red line of the application site, and that was why the new application was required. In terms of visual impacts, obviously you've asked how many there are in the wider area. Well, certainly whenever in driving around, looking at the turbine that is the subject of the application site, at some points you can see 6, you know, in one viewpoint. So there's the one on the opposite side of the Brancher Road, which is quite easily visible from a number of viewpoints. There's 2 further off the Rathryland Road, which from certain viewpoints, and I think even in some of the photographs you might have seen them, you can see them in a distance. And certainly in the wider landscape, I don't think I could give you a figure, but there are others as you sort of do a 360-degree turn. There are a number of other wind turbines because of the nature of the landscape. So yes, I acknowledge that there are other turbines. In relation to shadow flicker, yes, you're quite right. Obviously, this site lies outside of, as I've talked about, what we would normally look at as being the shadow flicker area, 10 times rotor diameter, 130 degrees either side of north. But a shadow flicker report was done, and the shadow flicker report determined that there was no mitigation required because none of the properties should suffer from shadow flicker. Now, what PPS 18 says is that properties outside the 10 times rotor diameter, the instances of the shadow flicker are low. It doesn't say there's none. So obviously we have residents living here that are telling us they're suffering from shadow flicker. Now, what I would also say is PPS 18, there's a certain allowance for a certain amount of shadow flicker that is acceptable under policy, and it's 30 hours per year or 30 minutes per day is the maximum. And in this case, we have residents that are telling us it was actually exceeding that on a number of days. You know, they've given us logs of it occurring maybe 40 to 45 minutes on certain days at certain times of the year. Now, in response to that, the agent has supplied us with details of a unit that could be added to the operating system of the turbine. And what it does is it can predict shadow flicker, and it will turn the turbine off at those times when shadow flicker is predicted. So for certain periods of the day, the turbine would be stopped on those days whenever shadow flicker could potentially be occurring. Now, it can be retrofitted, so it's software, as I say, that's integrated into the control system, and they're uniquely configured for each turbine, so there's parameters set. Now, if members were minded to overturn the recommendation to refuse, we'd have to think carefully about the conditions that we would attach to any permission as to when it would be, you know, put onto the turbine, how we would monitor that, what we would do if it didn't work. So I think there would be a bit of work to be done around conditions. But as I say, we haven't recommended for refusal on that basis because there is a system proposed And we have confirmation from someone that works in the field that this system will work and it's used elsewhere. So I hope that answers your questions.
You content, Councillor McClellan? And you mentioned, anyone who else would want to come in or not in terms of the people who spoke, so as opposed to the agent and to the objector as well. Do you want to question? Yeah, so lastly, maybe the objector first, Mr. Painter. So Mr. Painter, in terms of, I suppose maybe it's the shadow flicker would maybe mostly apply to yourself in terms of a bit more information about that, I suppose. Maybe expound on what you presented during your presentation.
What do you mean, Chair?
Well, Mr. McClellan Councillor McClellan was asking about, the shadow flicker impact. So if you could outline that, I suppose, in your view on it, rather than what the others have said.
Well, as you say, the turbine has been there for 6 years. We've had the shadow flicker and all that time. Actually, as you well know, that there was no consultation anywhere in the area with any residents who lived in the area when the original planning permission. The first I knew that there was a turbine in the area was when I saw a crane lifting the mast up to it. That was fine. I mean, I'm in favour of wind turbines. I take the reason for refusal. Yes, they have amenity. Yes, they do look different on the landscape. But my concern is with the shadow flicker. My home, actually, which is a single dwelling, approximately probably 500 metres from the thing, the turbine, I have the flicker, for between 25 and 45 minutes, considerably more than the recommended time. Now, I have to say the mitigation, if the mitigation is available and works, yes, well and good. That is my main concern with it. That we have that available to us, and that I'm not ending up with a migraine headache on a number of occasions every year. That's my main concern. The flicker is the problem that is causing me issues. As I say, I live in a single dwelling, and actually I didn't send video evidence as I could have sent actually along with it, but I can show video evidence actually for the flicker in fields right to the Rathfriland Road, which is over a kilometre away.
Thank you, Mr. Painter. And then I suppose a similar question to the agent, Mr. Smith, just in terms of that shadow flicker. I suppose the measures that can be put in place to reduce that. I know it's been mentioned and seems to be a bit of discussion here about it.
Thanks for that. I mean, I've got nothing further to add on top of what Roisin set out just within her statement there. The turbine can be mitigated with regards to shadow flicker.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Councillor Nicholson, you're next.
Yeah, thanks, Sharon. Thanks to all the speakers so far. And I'm not sure who my questions is be addressed, Chair, but I'm gonna work my way through here. Just for a point of clarification, Roisin, I know you're saying that the original approval following Councillor McClellan's question that if it had been built in the right place, this location, the turbine would be no bigger, and therefore, and it's the same spec turbine from the original approval. In looking at the site plan in detail, John, is that black dotted box, is that where it was originally approved, that black dot, just for clarification, Roisin? Just first, and then I'll go on to my question.
Yes, there's a dotted box, and that's where the original approval was.
Okay, Chair, my question goes, I suppose there's 2 or 3 aspects to it, and it sort of leads on from where Councillor McClellan was going. I'd like to know a bit more from obviously the sort of in the room, the expert, Paul McCullough, from an environmental health point of view, in the shadow flicker. I'd like to hear from him in relation to, has he ever experienced these mitigation measures that have been, implemented in these situations? I'd like to hear from Mr. Painter. Obviously, he's the main objector in regards to the shadow flicker. Does that sort of mitigation measure in any way sort of, relay his issues, that he is experiencing from his dwelling? The next one, again, I suppose it's more to Roisin and potentially Mr. Smith, and that is Mr. Smith said to Roisin that the planning authority didn't give enough weight to the previous planning history, as in material consideration. But again, I would just like a bit more detail on that from Roisin, why that was, and also why there's no fallback, because, again, without having the original approval here, we can't compare the two. But I see there's a laneway, and there's obviously going to be infrastructure and things put in to this in this application, which would apply to the original application, which would be material consideration in relation to, or would go to the heart of the permission of the original permission. So again, I'd like a bit more detail on that, and a just clarification that the site is not within an AONB, that it is a landscape policy area, and that'll do, Chair, at the minute. Thank you.
Yeah, I think 5 in a row is enough for now. Okay, so first one up is for Paul McCullough, just with regards to his views on the flicker, and then his view on these potential mitigation measures. So Paul.
Yeah, Chair, apologies. It actually probably is best dealt with by the planners in that case. Environmental health actually don't deal with shadow flicker effect, so maybe I'll ask Roisin to pick that up if you don't mind.
Yeah, Roisin.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, shadow flicker is dealt with by the officers, and obviously gone into it in a wee bit of detail already. We have the shadow flicker report. The shadow flicker report, states there should be no impact. However, we have objectors telling us there is impact. So what we're looking at now is mitigation. What I would say is, and I would reiterate this, PPS 18 does allow for a certain amount of shadow flicker. So even if we were to condition something that were to mitigate against it, there would be a certain amount of shadow flicker allowed under policy.
Thank you, Roisin. So next question be to Mr. Painter. With regard, business, Mr. Councillor Nicholson, Mr. Painter's views on these potential mitigation matters, and if it gives him some relief to potentially some assurance with regards to how the shadow flicker could be monitored and dealt with. Mr. Painter, would you have any views on those mitigations?
Yes. If that would help the situation. But can I also draw your attention to the person who's represented by Councillor McNeill? He is much closer to the and suffers much more than I do with it. Now, this in connection, Councillor McNeill could speak maybe a little bit more about the gentleman concerned's wife, because we are neighbours, and as to say, we don't want to be awkward neighbours with anyone. It's just it makes life difficult both for myself and the gentleman represented by Councillor McNeill. If there can be a mitigation put in, well and good, that would be, and it can be monitored by the planners, that would be acceptable. And I think that will probably be acceptable to my neighbour as well, Mr. Rooney. So perhaps maybe Councillor McNeill could maybe speak a little bit about that, as he is the nearest neighbour to the particular item. But certainly, I say nobody wants to be an awkward neighbour. It's just, we have life made difficult for us at a certain time of the year. This time of the year is no problem. Because as you appreciate, there's low light and the sun sets in a totally different spot. It's in the evening time as the sun sets is our big problem, when we're all at home and we like to enjoy our own environment. We live in a beautiful, beautiful area. So, that would be my concern, provided the mitigations can be monitored and seen to be operational. I come from a computing background, IT background, so I'd be interested to see the software and things that work with it. But that's as far as I can speak on it.
Thank you, Mr. Painter. And just in fairness, in terms of, I know Councillor McNeil, you've been mentioned, and does your person who you're representing know about these mitigations, or have they been discussed in any conversations you've had with them?
Thanks for letting me back in again. And just to concur with the previous speaker there, as I said in my few words, and the last 2 or 3 lines, the health and well-being of Mrs. Elizabeth Rooney is paramount in all of this. And I'm sure if there were mitigations put in place to prevent this, I have seen the videos of the flickering myself now, and words can't describe it. You need to see it for yourselves just to see how bad it is. And that is the main concern that is very annoying for them. And as I said, they're at home all the time now, and it's not as if that they're out of the house in evening times. And with Mrs. Rooney's health issues as well, that is the most important thing with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNeil. And I suppose Roisin, Jen, on those final questions that Councillor Nicholson had, which were the weight you have given in terms of the plan and history, a bit about that, why there's no fallback position and as a site within an area of outstanding natural beauty. Okay, Roisin.
First of all, just to clarify, it's not within the AOMB, it's 2 kilometres from the Mournes AOMB, but you can see the Mournes AOMB in the background from certain critical viewpoints. In relation to the planning history, look, we're well aware that there was a previous permission 15 metres from this site. It was granted back in 2013 by the former DOE. We've considered that. It is obviously a material consideration, the fact that there was a previous permission here. However, that permission is gone. That permission was not implemented. The turbine was not built in the correct place. Whether that was by error, we're not sure, but it wasn't built in the correct place. In fact, it's completely outside the red line of the original application site. Therefore, there is no fallback. Therefore, we have to look at this application on its own merit, in its own right. Does it comply with PPS 18? Now, yes, like I say, the plan history is a consideration, but at the end of the day, we have to look at this in terms of the visual impact of it, as well as all the other issues that have been set out in the report. And in terms of the visual impact, there are a number of critical viewpoints where this turbine is a stark and dominant feature, where it's viewed in the, with the AONB behind it. It impacts on the views of Slieve Crib in officers' opinion. In officers' opinion, it's a stark and dominant feature. There are views of Slieve Crib where you'll be adding another stark and dominant feature in the landscape. And for those reasons, we don't think that the plan and history is of determining weight, and that we don't feel that it outweighs the concerns we have with regard to the visual impact of the turbine in this landscape.
Thank you, Roisin. You can thank Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah. I pretty much am, but I suppose in relation to the original approval, like, was there conditions in the original approval that had to be implemented to say that work had commenced? I appreciate it's built in the wrong place. Totally see that, and I would like to know if there's any justification or reason of why. And I'd like to hear from Mr. Smith, if possible, if that from his through his client. But my point is that there was an original approval. There's been works carried out. Do any of those works reflect the original approval, i.e., they go to the heart of the permission? That's my point, Roisin, if you understand. So, thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Smith, do you want to come back on that one?
Yeah, it's just to re-emphasize, really, the planning policy hasn't changed since that original approval was granted. The siting is a minor deviation away from where it was originally approved. Now, the reason for the minor deviation, I've been told by the applicant, is based on advice received from the planning department at the time to put it in that spot where it is now, because it was considered to be a more acceptable spot. Now, obviously that's a case of he said, she said, but that's basically where it is. I mean, no one goes out of their way to put a turbine outside of the red line by such a minor difference, so, and in addition to that, the red line that was provided as part of the 2013 permission was a very, very small red line as well. So that's everything that I know in terms of the reason why it's located where it is. It wasn't done out of any malicious intent. It's only 10 metres away or so from where it should have been. It's on the same parcel of land. So that's really all I can say, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. No lights on for any other questions. Oh, gee, loads of lights on coming on. I'd ask Damien and Rushing to switch theirs off just. I have just some questions from myself. Well, you sort of answered the first one, Mr. Smith, just why I was on the wrong side. One question I'd have, this other turbine across from the Grashna Road, if I'm pronouncing that right. Do you know when that permission was given for that turbine across the Grashna Road, Roisin?
That permission was in around the same time. I think it was actually before this original 2013 permission was granted.
Thank you. Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to everyone who's presented this afternoon. A couple of points. Visual impact is the issue here, but maybe could I ask Roisin, I think I picked up rightly that there's in the immediate vicinity or around it, there's 6 in total wind turbines. I would just try to get my own head around this. Is this turbine we're debating more or less visually impacting than the others? Is it sitting out in particular against the other 5? We're told there's no change in policy. And the other question would be 15 metres outside the red line. Could I ask Roisin if that turbine was sited inside the red line, would there still be an issue with visual impact? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman. I suppose just those 2 questions are rushing.
In relation to the first question, I think it was, does it visually impact more than the others that you can view in the vicinity? I think the answer to that is it depends where you view it from. Certainly there are views where you can see this in conjunction with the one on the other one on the opposite side of the Granshire Road where it is more visually prominent. But equally there are views, particularly from the Slieve-na-Bowley Road and the Rathryland Road and travelling along them where this turbine sits on top of the ridgeline with no backdrop. Yes, there's views of the other turbine, but this one is much more visually prominent. So I think, it depends on where you view it from, but there are viewpoints where, yes, this is more visually prominent than the others. In relation to the second question, I think it was, if it was built in the correct place, would visual impact still be an issue? If it had been built in the correct place, then it would be a valid permission. There's nothing we could do about it. It would be there. It would have been granted and it would be built in accordance with approved plans. And I think we would have to live with it.
Alderman Anderson. Okay. So suppose that the 2 questions I have just at the present time are, and it's been mentioned by a couple of people that the legislation hasn't changed since the approval in 2013, yet the recommendation, I suppose, has changed, and the only thing that's different is the 15 metres. So you saying that the recommendation in 2013 was wrong, or what is different between then and now? And the second question was mentioned by Mr. Smith in his comments that this application's been in for 3 years and at no stage along the line was there any concerns about visual amenity impact, but then that there was a call and that was the reason why it was refused. So I'm just want to understand at what point along those 3 years was it decided that the visual amenity impact was a no, and why was that not given 3 or 2 years ago? Because the views there are unchanged in all of that time. So those 2 questions, I guess, just on the view on 2013 and what's changed, other than the recommendation from yourself, and that just this whole, when was the decision on visual amenity impact? When was it taken, that decision taken by yourself or whoever, that became the overriding factor, and therefore their recommendation that made its way today was refusal? So those 2 questions, Roisin.
Look, yes, I'll confirm that in terms of planning policy, it's generally the same planning policy. Very little has changed. We're still assessing this against PPS 18. Obviously, we've got the SPPS, which now talks about giving appropriate weight to the wider environmental, economic and social benefits as opposed to significant weight. But generally, the planning policy is the same as when the original 2013 permission was granted. So yes, in retrospect, looking at that 2013 permission, in terms of the visual impact, we would say maybe, it was the wrong decision. The only difference now is we have the turbine in place. We can see it. We can assess the visual impact of it with it actually in situ. At that time, it wouldn't have been there. And sort of why was this consideration not taken 2 or 3 years ago? Well, look, we had the application in and we were working through the application. There was a number of issues with it. Noise was raised as an issue. There were, I think, 3 noise reports done. So we were working through those issues. There was a shadow flicker report done. There was a red kite survey vantage point survey submitted in terms of the impact on birds. Those all had to be asked for, submitted, assessed, gone out to consultees. So there's a process we were going through to deal with all the issues that were raised as part of the planning application process. And I suppose it was only fairly recently where we were actually in a point where we could sit down and discuss it. Like it's a finely balanced decision here because we're very aware of the planning history here. We're very aware that the planning policy hasn't changed. But as I said to you before, there's no fallback position here. We have to look at this application. Does it comply with PPS 18? Am I satisfied or are we satisfied standing up and saying that this does not impact on the visual impact of the area? That it doesn't have a significant adverse visual impact? And in the round, in discussing it and in looking at the critical viewpoints, we've come to the conclusion that it does have a significant adverse visual impact.
Thank you, Roisin. So you mentioned it was decided relatively recently. Could you go into specifics about that, when it was actually decided? Thank you.
Look, we've had a number of discussions around this. We just knew that we needed to take it to planning committee. And I suppose, yes, there were maybe preliminary recommendations made that we would take it on the basis that, we were given greater weight to the planning history. But, it was really only very recently that we had an opportunity to sit down and discuss it with all the critical viewpoints, with all the photographs, and agree a consensus. We'll actually know this is the right decision here is to recommend refusal in terms of visual impact.
Thank you, Roisin. Councillor McNally.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just listening to the debate, I think if we are minded to overturn this recommendation, I do agree with the need for mitigation measures to address, some of those issues that the objector had. But I suppose my question is slightly off what we've been talking about, and that is just if we could address it to Roisin. Roisin, was there any weight given to, the effect for refusing this turbine? What effect would that have on the local farming business? And the reason I'm bringing this up is just that, we have to bear in mind the climate change bill and how farmers are going to be asked very shortly to drastically reduce their emissions. So is that a material consideration? What weight do you give to that? I suppose that's my question. Thank you.
Councillor McNally, Roisin.
Sorry. As I've said to you, the wider environmental, economic and social impacts of this are material considerations, and it's up to us to give appropriate weight. And yes, that's all in the planning balancing exercise. We consider all of that. Now, in terms of the impact that it has on the applicant in terms of finances, that was probably not quantified, but I mean, it's a material consideration. It's something we've taken into account. However, like I keep saying, we don't feel that outweighs our concern with regard to the impact that this turbine is having on the visual impact of the area and the wider environment.
Do you want to come in, Damon?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Chair, look, I just maybe wanted to support what Roisin's saying. In relation to the policy position, there has been an important material change in policy between when the decision was taken by DOE in 2013 to approve this and what we're looking at today. As Roisin said, the strategic planning policy statement, which came in 2015, actually tells us to put appropriate weight on social and economic factors and environmental factors. Previously, when the DOE took the decision, it was put significant weight on other factors like the potential economic benefits, potential social benefits associated with wind turbine developments or wind energy developments. So there has been a significant change in policy. We're now being told to move from significant weight to appropriate weight. And I think that is important. And what officers have done here is, notwithstanding the decision taken by DOE, that was their decision. We've made a fresh assessment of this as council officers in the light of current policy, notwithstanding the planning background, the enforcement background. In our opinion, this is having a very unacceptable and adverse impact on the landscape. Members could see that from the photographs. It was very clear how stark this is in the landscape. And that is the reason, on balance, having regard to all the factors involved, as Roisin has pointed out, on balance, we decided the visual impact was entirely unacceptable. And that is why we've moved to the recommendation that we have. So we just wanted to try and make that point, to try and clarify and support what Roisin's already said. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Damien. And just drilling down on that, why was the recommendation then to recommend approval for this application at the planning pre-meeting on Monday? And then what changed with regards to the officer's assessment? Was it a better view of the whole situation, or what changed just last week to change the recommendation? Thank you, Damien.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think as Roisin's already addressed this, there was a preliminary recommendation put forward for the pre-meeting, and that was different to the one that's before members today. But that did give, that preliminary opinion was based very much with giving substantial amount of weight to the planning history, to the previous approval by DOE, to the enforcement situation. But we've had an opportunity to review our position and looking at it in the round, having regard in particular to the visual impact that this would have. And that is where officers have moved to put our determining weight on that particular issue, having regard to the current policy, which is has moved from significant weight to social and economic factors to appropriate weight. Now, when you look at the social, economic, environmental issues and decide where to place your weight on this, notwithstanding DOE's position, our position is this would cause demonstrable harm, unacceptable adverse impact on the environment, and that outweighs an officer's opinion any potential social and economic benefits that might go with this turbine development. So yes, Chair, there was a preliminary review, but it was very much a preliminary review, and we have moved from that, having regard to looking at all the factors in the round and on balance coming down on the environmental side.
Thank you, Damien. I appreciate that clarification. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, it's just a number of points, and it would. There you go. Thank you. No, it's just a few points. I think it is something I would be keen to see, and that is the economic element of this, in terms of what it would ultimately mean to run with the officer's recommendation, which I'm assuming then would ultimately mean the removal of the structure. Based on that, I'd be keen to understand just, I'm pretty certain there's probably rock payments on the, or some type of payment system on the turbine in terms of the power it's generating, and that's potentially through another body as well. So I'd be keen to have some detail around that before making a further decision on it. On a wider theme, I know from the Department of Economy's perspective, in terms of energy from renewable sources, that has to jump to 70% by 2030. So that's a huge jump. There will be incentive schemes brought forward under that, which in my opinion will then, well, by nature, it will incentivize energy from renewable sources of whatever technology is available from today onwards, or from whenever this scheme of assistance becomes available. And that's per one of the minister's answers in the Assembly this week. So from that aspect, we're going to be seeing a lot more of renewable technologies that And we can't, I suppose, afford to slip into what the term is NIMBYism in terms of not in my backyard. That's something we need to be really careful about. I suppose as a council, where our policy will point us in terms of renewables. Councillor McNally has mentioned the climate change bill, and that has been against all advice from the UK Climate Change Committee and other areas, has been pushed, considerably much further than anybody would really in industry would like it to go in terms of net zero by 2050. So that's going to accelerate the seriousness of this even more. And then as a council, we're potentially enforcing someone to remove their wind turbine, which has been there and generating power for some time, albeit one corner of it is outside the red line. So that's something to be just conscious of. But apart from that, I think my main concern at this point would be, the issue of the payments and that's potentially attracting, by this turbine, what that means for the person. I know it's been alluded to in terms of the farm business, but I would be keen to see, the actual meat and the bone of what this will mean, carrying forward the decision of the planning officer in this regard if we move to that decision. I'm not suggesting we do or we don't. I would like to see the meat and the bone of that before we would consider a decision. I'd be more comfortable with that. And as I said, there's more, like Councillor Savage has said, he'd been to there and there's a lot more turbines in the general vicinity. So just my thoughts at this point. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Would you have any details of those economic consequences at this stage? That would be after Rushing or Damien or the agent to maybe outline what the impact would be. Maybe we'll ask the agent first, just generally what this economic impact would be for the owner family. Mr. Smith?
I don't have exact figures, Chair, but obviously the removal of the turbine would cause significant financial difficulty for what is a farming business. This would not only be the cost of removal of the turbine and the implications for that, but obviously the lost rock payments as well. So, like I said before, this is not a large-scale wind turbine operating company that could maybe absorb costs. Far from it. This is a farming business who relies on the wind generation income to subsidize the farming industry. So that's all I can say about that, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And member String and Rushing, maybe her view on the economic.
Thank you, Chair. No, there was no submission made with the application, so obviously that hasn't been quantified. So no, I don't have details of those figures either.
Thank you, Rushing. You can tell Alderman Wilson just at this stage.
Yeah, no, it's just a point. In terms of, it's an obvious process to follow if that was the case and, demands made to remove it. It's not something that is prolifically done by council generally, because I know from various other engagements with planners, and particularly from enforcement's perspective, it's a long drawn out process. And there's not too many people who have been chucked out of their homes and their homes demolished. There's all, in my view, and I've been, even before committee, been on both sides of debates on this before even RPA kicked in, where you think, that's a straightforward case. It's not. There's lots of mitigation involved in that, and it's very much the last resort. But again, that's just another comment.
Thank you. And Councillor Nicholson next.
Yeah. Yeah, Chairman, look, if there's no more questions, I let you into legal. I want a legal opinion on something, Chairman.
Yeah, so proposed to go into legal from Councillor Nicholson. To have a seconder to go into legal. Councillor McNally seconded. Okay, I just need to read out the legal statement. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I'm going to move all those members of the public and councillors who are attending the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee via Zoom to a Zoom waiting room. Those using the dial-in service will be placed on hold, and anyone in attendance in the chamber will be asked to leave the room to enable the committee to obtain legal advice from the Speaker Advisor. Any member of the committee who has spoken as supporter, objector to the application under consideration will also be asked to leave the room. The advice provided will relate only to legal matters, and no discussion of the merits of the planning application now before us will take place until the public element of the meeting resumes and you have been moved back to the meeting or taken off hold. Any legal advice provided is confidential, and all members of the committee who remain are obliged to preserve that confidentiality. An official will readmit all those required now. To leave the room, and those on Zoom will be readmitted to the meeting once provision of legal advice is concluded. Thank you. Okay, is that us as well off of like? Oh, Mr. Painter's left. Do you want to contact him to see if he's dropped out intentionally or? Yeah. Okay, members, see that we're all back in bar. I think Mr. Painter's dropped off. We're just trying to clarify if he's left on his own doing well. And we're back in the live feed. Okay, members, we're back. So any questions you have? Otherwise, we move into the debate stage. Not seeing any other questions, hands up. So we'll move into the debate stage. So members, any views? Councillor Duffy.
Yes, Chair, I'm just disappointed that it's actually at this committee and it's all down to he said that she said that it should be put in that place instead of the other place, and it's needless work on the officers on this part because it was put in the wrong place in the future, and that we have to make a decision on this, and a message should be sent out from this case in particular, that if it's to go in a certain place, it has to go there, and unless they get written permission to put it somewhere else, they should just put it where they're told or where the permission's for. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Any other views on this one, members? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And obviously, what Councillor Duffy said there, obviously, I think we'd all agree with that. It would make our life a lot easier if people would build as per what they get permission for. But look, I suppose the old saying is we are. Look, I'm having difficulty with this one. It is a balance. Obviously, we've talked about shadow flicker and software and things like that. And we've talked about the economic side of the impact of it. We have no information on that. I appreciate all what the officers can do in relation to photographs. So again, I don't know the area. And again, if we're going to, hang our hat on visual impact, I would be sort of swaying towards going to see it myself, Chair, to be honest with you, just to see it, to compare it to others and things like that, to make a real, because I just think there's too much of a balance here, Chair, that we don't have all the information, I don't think, at this current time. But look, I'm interested to hear what other members think on the matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me in, and just my thoughts on it. Look, the reason for this refusal is it's an unacceptable adverse impact on the visual amenity and landscape character of the area. So, the stuff about the flicker and things like that, we did discuss and been remedied, but that's not the reason for refusal. It is this unacceptable adverse impact. And any decision we make on this, going forward as a planning committee, we'll have to refer back to any decision we make tonight. And I, like Councillor Nicholson, this is all about visual, and you can't really see everything from the pictures. And I know we're not the biggest fans of site visits, but, well, I'm not anyway, but I think in certain cases they are essential, because I think with this one, seeing it in real time and being there will give us a better idea of what the officers seen when they were out in sight, because the officers were out in sight and we haven't. So, I'm not making that proposal now, Chair. I know we're only in the discussion phase, but I do agree, the reason we're here is that this wind turbine is 15 metres from where it should be, and 15 metres in plan is not a considerable distance. If somebody had built some 15 metres closer to my house than it should have been, there would have been issues. So, and I don't think we got to the bottom of that why it was built there. The agent wasn't able to explain that to Councillor Nicholson's question. So, we are here not because of our own doing, but because of somebody else's. So, that's where I sort of stand on it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, just suppose moving on from that, I have the same opinion in terms of the visuality of it, and it's hard to gauge. Even the images that we've seen from a distance, it's a structure that you probably need to see in its real time location. I suppose something else I'm thinking about is just in in the report, page 14, it says it's important to appreciate that Northern Ireland's 40% target for use of renewable energy sources has been met and exceeded. I suppose it's just to point out that that's now going forward as per the Minister for Economics work on that. It's now to be 70% by 2030. I don't know if that can be included in the report or if it's a consideration, but I suppose it's setting out the course of travel from here on. But the other point, I suppose I referred to earlier in terms of economics, whilst nothing has been provided, I think according to the report, I think it's maybe worth pursuing if we're going to a site visit or proposing that, or members are of the view of that. Is there a possibility then within that time frame to get a wee bit of meat in the bone in terms of the economics associated with it, just for a full understanding of it, not to obviously preempt anything, but just to have, I would be keen just to see it, what it means, and maybe some figures around generation and that. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Not seeing any other lights on. It's they always start with the most complex applications first on the planning meetings, and this is certainly an example of that. There's so many different things to consider, and as has been said by members, the visual element here is the key, and it does. Well, I think we would need to go out and see it. I think that is my view, but. Damien, you've got your light on, and we're in members' decision here.
Sure, I think I'm getting in very quickly here. I think the legal advisor actually would wish to go into committee if possible for some advice, members, before you do make any kind of decision. Just gauging what way the discussion's going here, it might be useful to hear some legal advice before it goes any further, if I could suggest that, members. Thanks, Chair.
Well, we're only able to go into legal advice if there's a proposer and a seconder. Councillor McNally proposed, Councillor Nicholson second. Okay, I need to read out that thing again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this point I'm going to move all those members of the public and councillors who are attending the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee via Zoom to Zoom waiting room. Those using the dial-in service will be placed on hold, and anyone in attendance in the chamber will be asked to leave the room to enable the committee to obtain legal advice from its legal advisor. Any member of the committee who has spoken or is supporter or objector to this application under consideration will also ask to leave the room. The advice provided will relate only to legal matters, and no discussion of the merits of the planning application now before us will take place until the public element of the meeting resumes and you have been moved back into the meeting and taken off hold. Any legal advice provided is confidential, and all members of the committee who remain are obliged to preserve that confidentiality. An official will readmit all those required now to leave the room, and those on Zoom will be readmitted to the meeting once provision of this legal advice has concluded. Okay, so those people have been moved out in Zoom on the way off. Okay, so we're back, members. Just remind members we are in the debate stage. Any other views other than the ones that have been given? Otherwise, we move into the proposal stage. Okay, members, we're going to move into the proposal stage. Any proposals? Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, just based on what we've heard and what we've learned this evening, and based on the fact that no information was provided in terms of the economics of the application. I'll just read out, I think it's page 14. The applicant did not provide any information in their supporting report regarding the number of jobs that have been created either directly or indirectly by the turbine development. For that reason, officers cannot give any determining weight to that issue. It would be my view that it is my personal view that as an individual on this committee, that I would like to see that information, and I would propose that we allow the applicant a period of time to bring that information to the committee in order that determining weight could be given to it. And that's simply my proposal. And it's simply to enable me to come to a more fuller knowledge of the application and the decision that will be due to be taken by myself as an individual.
Okay, proposal there, and do I have a couple of lights on here? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, I'm happy to second that proposal. Do you think there's additional information required in relation to the socio-economic and environmental aspect of this application, which I think that would be beneficial for this committee to reach a decision? So I'm happy to second that. Thank you.
So proposal there outlined by Alderman Wilson, second by Councillor Nicholson. And just to clarify, does that include a site visit in the intervening time? Or are you just looking at the economic stuff? Because that may take, 1 to 3 months. I don't know what the timeline will be.
I'm content at this stage that it is limited to that aspect, and I would say that if I feel that I do, feel the need for a site visit, I won't hesitate to make a proposal at a further meeting of this committee.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Any other proposals? To be honest, given the weight of the visual amenity we're talking about here, I wouldn't mind a site visit in the interim. Although we could wait till the economics come back and then we'll see where we're at. But I think with a proposal there from Alderman Wilson, I'm happy to support it, but that's just my view on this. Any other proposals on the floors, members? Okay, I'm not seeing any other proposals. So proposed by Alderman Wilson, second by Councillor Nicholson, to allow a bit of time there to get that additional economic information. Well agreed, members? Okay. Just like to thank everyone who spoke on that application. Okay, members, it's 6:25. Going to stop for a short time till we get some refreshments here. We'll agree to come back at 6:45. So that's 6:45. Some 22 minutes time, members, and could ask that the live feeds be paused in the interim. Okay, members, that's what's back, and we're on the appendix 2, application number LA08/2020/0042/F. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, I'm going to excuse myself in this one because I have been in contact with the applicant. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nixon. So Councillor Nixon stepping out of the room. Okay, members, you'll see an addendum report that's been circulated, but first off, we're going to start with hand over to Trudy Chapman, the Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. There you are, Trudy.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks outline approval for an infill dwelling and garage and is before you this evening as has been called in by Alderman Spears. Following publication of the agenda for this meeting, the agent made a written representation through Democratic Services. This has been considered by officers and addendum to the report has been circulated in advance of this meeting. Policy CTY 8 of PPS 21 allows for the development of a small gap site sufficient only to accommodate up to a maximum of 2 houses within an otherwise substantial and continuously built up frontage. CTY 8 defines a substantial and built up frontage as one containing a minimum of 3 buildings along a road frontage. Officers are of the opinion that number 62 and 64 Derry Scallop Road and their associated garages have frontages onto the road. However, the applicant is relying on the remains of a redundant poultry shed to the north of the site to complete the substantial and continuously built up frontage. Officers having inspected the site are of the opinion that this shed cannot be considered to form part of the frontage for 2 reasons. Namely, that the structure does not have a frontage to the road, as there are remains of a second poultry shed between the building and the road. And secondly, that the structure is no longer a building for the purposes of the policy. Members are advised that this committee refused a similar application for an infill dwelling at Navanfort Road for this same reason, and that this decision was appealed to the Planning and Appeals Commission. The Commissioner in his decision agreed with this committee and commented, for the purposes of policy CTY 8, I attribute the word building to its everyday meaning and conclude that the ruins do not constitute a building for the purposes of planning policy. Members are advised that there's a history of refusals on this site over a period of almost 20 years. And while 2 of these were assessed against the planning strategy, there are recurrent themes and refusal reasons of build-up, ribbon development, lack of integration, lack of established boundaries, and potential adverse impact on residential amenity. With regard to this application, consultation responses were favourable, and there are no representations received either in support or objecting to the proposal. Officers recommend that the committee refuse the application for the reasons set out in the report, and I will take you through the presentation. So this is our general location. Pardon me, we're right at the edge of our district up towards the border with Tyrone. Next slide, please. So this is our application site. You'll see number 62 and 64 Derry Scallop Road, our application site. The outline to the rear of it there is a set of foundations that are in place, and then we have our building that is the reason for it not being a continuously built up frontage to the north. Next slide, please. So this is our aerial photograph of the site within the wider area. Now these photographs, these are aerial photography that go back a number of years and show the evolution of the site and its surroundings. So back in April 2007, we had the 2 poultry houses. We didn't have number 64 and we didn't have the foundations to the rear. You'll see by 2010, number 64 had been built and the foundations were in place for the one to the north of it. Next slide, please. So by this stage then, June 2013, there wasn't a great deal of change, but by May 2016, you can see that the building closest to the road had started to be demolished, and you can see some damage then to the one to the west of it. Next slide, please. So this is our most recent aerial photograph. You can see that the bulk of the building to the road has gone. Half of the building to the rear has gone, and you can see that there's the beginnings of some damage to the roof in that one. Next slide, please. So these photographs are showing, you've got number 62 and number 64, and their frontage is onto the road. Next slide, please. This is the site frontage. So this is us looking from the road straight into the site. As you can see, there is quite a high road verge there. Next slide, please. this is taken slightly further along. Looking back, you can see number 62 and 64 to the right of the screen there. Next slide then. And then this is literally just the same area, only inside the site, looking back down. Next slide. So this is admittedly a Google Street View photo. It gave a better representation than the ones we had taken out inside. It was taken in July 21. So you can see the remains of the poultry house to the east on that particular photograph. And if we move to the next one, these ones were taken at the initial site inspection on the 6th of August. So we've got the initial poultry house to the east of the site, and then the one that we're considering is in behind it. Next slide, please. So again, these are the ones that were taken on the 6th of August. As you can see that at that point, they were broadly in ruins. Next slide, please. So this was submitted by the agent during the processing of the application and as part of the letter to Democratic Services. And this is a picture that was taken at the time that the application was submitted to us. Now, there's no date as to when it was taken, but they've advised us this was the state of the building at the time the application was submitted. Next slide, please. So again, these are Google Street View photographs just to give you an idea of what had been on the site. So the one on the bottom was taken back in May 11 and shows the two poultry houses fully intact. And the one above then is taken from the same place in July 21. It shows you that both of them are in a ruinous state. Next slide, please. So these again are showing the remains of the buildings to the north of our application site. Next slide, please. So again, this is the building or the structure that the applicant contends is a building for the purposes of the policy. Next slide, please. And again, from a different angle. And there should be another one. Nope. Concept plan then. This concept plan shows how they would propose to create the site using that building as technically their bookend in the substantial and continuously built up frontage. Next slide, please then. This is our first refusal. As you can see, it's a larger site than what we're considering now because it takes into consideration both poultry houses, and that was refused, that 2003 application. The next slide, please. And this was a 2004 version. Again, it took into account the two poultry houses and actually sought to replace those with a dwelling, and again, it was refused. And then the last one shows the most recent one, which was determined by the council but didn't come before the planning committee. And again, it took into account the two poultry houses and again wanted an application for a dwelling on it, and again was refused. And that should be me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Trudy. Okay, members joining us via Zoom, we have Rodney Henry from Rodney Henry Architecture to make a representation as the agent in support of the application. Okay, Mr. Henry, you'll have 3 minutes to make your representation. Hopefully you'll have a clock saying 3 minutes on your screen. It's gone down to 2, there we are, up to 3. So at this point, I'm just going to hand over to yourself, and when you start to speak, that clock's then going to count down. So over to yourself.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, as Trudy had said there, we put an application in for an infill site on the basis in January 2020, the reduced broiler house was totally intact, which we feel did create an infill with the two other houses of 62 and 64. Now, they say that was put in January 2020. 2 years ago, I think with there have been several planning officers were dealing with it. The COVID pandemic unfortunately came in as well, which is ongoing. It really put the brakes on everything. And as Trudy is saying, yes, the building that we have, what we had for as part of the infill, was severely damaged in August 2020 with storm. That was really beyond our control. But I suppose the application we put in January, from to now, the building has gone from that. We have no say on that there, on the time scale it was taken to bring it forward. The pandemic really put brakes on everything. But just as the infill itself, and There's a few different things when recommend for refusal, for ribbon development and so on. I think there's a betterment for have a site here. There has been no recommendations of otherwise from the neighbours. They're happy enough for their site on that. They haven't objected to it. Now, yes, the site itself is raised above the Derry Scallop Road, as are number 62 and 64. So there's a same theme along those lines. Integration wise, you're looking at it straight when you come from the south of the road, Derry Scallop, and from the north as well. Yes, I understand that the gap now has changed in a roundabout way with one of the buildings coming away, but in the policy, it doesn't specifically say that what the building has to be. It doesn't necessarily have to be a dwelling house or domestic. It was a reduced broiler house, which was totally intact at the time we made the application back in January 2020. I suppose that's really that's my main concern on it. That we still do feel that it is an infill. There have been, I think, sort of, and myself speaking with council and planning, just as they thought that infill on this particular case would be okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Henry. So you're bang on time there. I'd ask that you just place yourself on mute, but obviously you'll still be here to consider any questions that are asked in your way.
It's on mute, okay.
Yep, no worries. And as pointed out, members, in the addendum report has been circulated around. So we're into the question phase, members. Any questions, Councillor Savage?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Trinity, for your report, and thank you to the agent there for his summation. Just probably for the agent, firstly, there's a photograph in his report showing a shed demolished in October 2019. And I think that he just stated that it was the storms in August 2020 that caused this building to become derelict. Would he care to address that? I just want some clarity in my mind, because I think what he said there, that the storms in August 2020 caused the ruination of this building, and we've got a picture here, October 2019, where it's quite clear that the first broiler house there's no roof on it. It looks like a ruin. So, Chair, if I could just get a wee bit of clarity as to exactly what happened and when. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. And Mr. Henry, could you provide maybe a greater view of that timeline?
Yes. In 2020, when the application, January 2020 application was made, the broiler house had been reduced in size at the back of the site. That forms the building that the application is. The broiler house that had been at the front of the site, it was damaged prior to that. Now it was also gone, I know for a fact, in 2017. There'd been a previous application that I was involved in for that. But I'm just looking at Spatial NI map just on my other computer. So back in 2020, that reduced broiler house, which I felt was creating the infill, was totally intact there. They had a photograph there of the broiler house towards the back of the site, which shows that. There was photographs of the broiler house at the time when the application was made that it was totally intact with roof walls and sides on it.
Thank you, Mr. Henry.
Okay.
You want to come back in that, Councillor Savage? Or?
Oh, sure, you're all right.
No worries. Any other questions, queries, Alderman Anderson?
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarification and explanation here, the foundations of a dwellings to the rear of the site, on that site map, where is the is that due to be completed in some time? Is that still is that the ownership of the applicant in this case? And where's the access onto the road in that one? I'm just curious about, there is a foundations in for a dwelling and it hasn't been completed. Just to get some clarification on that one. Thank you.
I think that was one for Trudy.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Alderman Anderson, those foundations have been in place for some time, and there is a lengthy planning history on that site going back to 2003. My understanding is that it doesn't belong to this applicant, and because it has commenced, there's no timeline in terms of when it has to be finished. It has commenced. It appears to be in accordance with the approvals. So, as I say, it could sit like that forever, or it could be finished. We have no control over that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trudy. Alderman Anderson.
Sorry. Yeah, Trudy, thanks. I thought was ever to complete. I was curious where the access is for it. Was it through that site where the applicant is applying this time? Where's the access? Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask Louise to pull the slides up? Sorry, Louise. That one should do us. Thank you. There were actually two routes into that application site. So one of them is actually through the same entrance as number 64. And at one time there had been a proposed access that came up the same lane as I would have access to take the photographs of the poultry house. So there was a laneway run up that way. To be honest, I don't have the approval with me to know for definite which one it is, but the access remains that it can be achieved either way if this application if he's reminded to approve it.
Thanks, Trudy. Okay, members, any other questions or queries here? Just one for myself, Trudy. I suppose you're saying that because the building as it stands now is in a state of collapse or dereliction, that it can't be, and as opposed to it's the state of the building at the time it comes to plan committee when we're taking our decision, I guess. Is that what you're sort of saying? Because obviously it was there at a certain point, but now it isn't. So do we have to make our decision on what the facts are on the ground as we speak? I'll just bring you in.
Thank you, Chair. It's twofold. Yes, the building itself can't be considered to be a building anymore because of the state that it's in. But the other thing is it doesn't have a frontage because the walls of the other poultry house are in place. So it breaks the frontage between the building that the applicant wants us to consider and the road. So technically it doesn't have a road frontage. So even if it did have its roof on it at the minute, we would still be saying it was contrary to policy. So, but yeah, we have to assess it as it is at the moment. Thank you.
Thanks, Trudy. I suppose don't have any other questions myself. I'm not seeing any lights on, members, so we'll continue to move into the debate stage. Okay, members, we'll move into the debate stage. Any views on this one? Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, no, just looking at it and just with previous experience of applications through the committee, I know there is a fair weight put on this type of situation where there's very clear dereliction, and I know even on replacement dwellings and such like there's a percentage of completion, in terms of what a building visually looks like, and it's very clear that this is fairly derelict. So I am looking at it here in the face of it, of the opinion that I agree with the planning officer's recommendation.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair. I would concur with Alderman Wilson. Seeing the pictures, I know a lot of the time when we come to these applications, there's fine lines, there's mitigations, and there's a lot to think about and consider, but these pictures don't really tell a lie in terms of what's been presented as and the policy. So, I'm minded to agree that the officer has got the correct recommendation in this case.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Okay, not seeing any lights on, so any members have any other views on the debate stage here? No, so move into the decision phase. Okay, members, any proposals on this application? Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I suppose just flowing on from the debate, natural progression to propose that we accept the recommendation of the planning official.
Thank you, Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm content to second Alderman Wilson's proposal that we accept the planning officer's recommendation as outlined in the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, for proposal on the floor from Alderman Wilson, seconded by Councillor Savage to accept the officer's recommendation to refuse any other proposals. Okay, not seeing any other members are all agreed. Okay, members are all agreed. And thank you to Mr. Henry for taking part here tonight. Okay, members, we're moving on to Appendix 3. Need to just get that the person in, and also Councillor Nicholson if he's about. We'll just wait till they're back in. Okay, members, so we'll move on to Appendix 3, which is application number L08/2020/0783/0. I'm going to hand over to Liam McCrum, Senior Planning Officer, to present a report and PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks outline planning permission for a dwelling house and garage in compliance with the infill policy test of CTY 8. This application is before members as it was called in by Alderman Rankin. The application site lies in the open countryside as defined by the local area plan. Therefore, the policy context is provided by the SPPS and PPS 21. One of the principal forms of development that is acceptable in the countryside is under CTY 8. The CTY 8 test has 4 specific elements. In relation to the first test, officers consider that there is not a substantial and continuously built up frontage along this section of Drumbronneth Road. Officers are of the opinion that the 2 small buildings within the existing substation compound do not have a frontage onto the road. In addition, the curtilage of the compound does not abut the Drumbronneth Road and is set back behind a verge of mature conifer trees, with only having its access and a direct frontage onto the road. Members will be aware that a building will only have a frontage onto the road if the plot on which it stands abuts or shares a boundary with the road. In this instance, the small buildings within the compound are set back approximately 35 metres from the road and only have their access onto the road. Officers consider that number 47 does have a frontage onto the road. However, the outbuilding to the rear of number 47 fails the same policy test. Officers consider that the proposed development fails the first test of CTY 8. The second test requires that the application site represents a small gap site, sufficient only to accommodate up to a maximum of 2 houses. Officers in this instance consider the application site is a small gap site and can only accommodate 1 dwelling, therefore acceptable under the second test. The third test requires that the proposed development respects the existing pattern of development along the established frontage. Again, officers consider this test to be satisfied. In regard to the fourth test, the site abuts an electricity substation. Officers consider that the applicant has failed to demonstrate that the proposed development would provide an acceptable living environment for the prospective residents by reason of noise and would therefore cause demonstrable harm to interests of acknowledged importance. The proposal is therefore not considered as an exception under CTY 8, and the development is considered to be unacceptable development in the countryside under CTY 1. Officers consider the proposed development meets the SPPS and PPS 21s in terms of the integration test and means of enclosure. However, as outlined previously, the proposed development would constitute a ribbon of development and therefore fails CTY 8 and therefore subsequently fails the policy test of CTY 14 in the creation of ribbon development and a detrimental change to the rural character. In terms of access and parking, a consultation exercise has been carried out with DFI roads and officers have no objections. In terms of impact on amenity, officers in consultation with Environmental Health Department and NIE have concerns in relation to the quality of the residential amenity afforded to potential occupants of the proposed dwelling due to the proximity to the electricity substation. The site directly abuts this facility with the exception of boundary vegetation. Environmental Health advised that this should be reconsulted with any additional information in support of this application. None was forthcoming. Therefore, officers consider the applicant has failed to demonstrate that the amenity of the proposed residence will not unacceptably adversely be impacted and is contrary, therefore, to paragraph 5.72 of the SPPS. So therefore, refusal is recommended subject to the refusal reasons set out in the report. If we can just go through the PowerPoint. So you can see our site within the general area. This is an aerial view of the proposed site. You'll see number 47 to the south and the electricity substation just to the north of the red line. This is just an aerial view of the substation. You can actually see that there is an area of growth and a mature boundary planting that separates the curtilage of the substation from the actual frontage of the road, and only it has its access that actually fronts onto the road. Next slide, please. It's just their site location plan. This is the indicative layout for information purposes that was submitted by the applicant's agent. This is just a view along the proposed site frontage. You can see the sort of palisade fencing there of the entrance to the electricity compound and our site just in the distance. You can just about make out the view of the outbuildings that are set inside the compound that the applicant is relying on as part of those buildings that have a frontage onto the road. They're set behind sort of numerous pieces of apparatus within said compound. Next slide, please. Now, this is the view from the road frontage of the Drumbloneth Road, when you can see that essentially there's an area of hard standing which forms the access point into the compound. But you can see that the compound is actually set back some 10 meters from the road. Next slide, please. That's just a view of the application site. And a view of number 47. That's the view of the detached building to the rear, and you'll see from the site location plan that it's located directly behind number 47, and therefore an officer's view doesn't have a frontage onto the road. That's just a view of the existing boundary vegetation that encloses the electricity compound, and the application site is basically the grass field that you can see in the picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Liam. Okay, members, as you can see, in attendance of Eddie Quinn from RE Quinn Architects to make a representation as the agent in support of the application. Mr. Quinn, you have 3 minutes to speak. Just getting the clock set up here now.
Oh, it's okay. I think I've been sitting outside for long enough. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing me this opportunity to make this presentation. Reviewing the reasons for the refusal of the grant of the outline planning permission, together with the officer's assessment, 2 matters specifically, and Mr. McCrum there has alluded to them, 2 of them appear to the basis for refusal of the recommendation. The first one is noise emanating from the electricity substation, and the second one is the frontage of the electric substation site onto Drumbonath Road. The matter relating to the noise emanating from the electric substation has been cited as a reason for refusing outline planning permission. Now, I will stress that a series of emails setting out measures for dealing with potential noise issues were sent to the planning department between April and July 2021. Now, no further details or information relating to this were requested. However, subsequent to those dates, a noise impact assessment was carried out as part of the planning application for the erection of a battery energy storage system to the rear of the substation. And the planning reference for that is LA 08 2021 0611. And that is in the public domain. And that concluded that noise conditions were considered to be normal throughout the monitoring period, with no obvious single dominating noise source noted other than the presence of distant road noise. The frontage moving on to the which I consider the more important item, the more fundamental issue. The point at issue regarding this outlined application centres on whether the development of the site can be considered as an infill and whether the entire front boundary of the neighbouring electricity substation site extends to Drumbonath Road. The planning officer's assessment is that the electricity substation site with 2 buildings and associated external plant and electrical operation does not have a frontage onto Drumbonath Road. This assessment, I believe, is incorrect. The site boundary is clearly defined by the original concrete post and wire fence, which abounds the site, including its full width along Drumbonath Road frontage. And that post and wire fence is in front of the dense trees that are on that frontage. A land registry map of the electricity substation site clearly shows the defined boundary as being that of the concrete post and wire fence. Please note that land registry maps are universally accepted as legal documents which define the boundaries of all sites, not the opinion of an architect, not the opinion of a planning consultant, nor for that matter, any council official. The reference to a 10-metre frontage.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn.
I sat outside there for 3 hours. I literally 2 paragraphs. I think this is incumbent.
Mr. Quinn, I'm obligated to follow the procedure set out in planning committee. We'll have to stick to that.
Thank you.
Okay, members. So just also no. Well, you're able you're able to answer any questions that. Okay, so I take it you're leaving then. Okay. Well, you're able to answer any questions that any members would have of you, so I'd encourage you to sort of stay, and if any questions do get directed to you, I'll certainly bring you in at that point. Thank you, members. Okay, members, we also have Shauna Livingston from Environmental Health, who is also in attendance via Zoom, to be able to answer any questions you have as well. Okay, members, any questions for Liam, Mr. Quinn, or Shauna? Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair, for bringing me in there. And folks, thank you for your presentations. And Chair, you're quite correct in adhering to the protocol of the committee. And that has happened before, and that's a normal procedure. Just a question for Liam. 2 questions, Liam. In this application, are they reliant on the 2 buildings in the substation and the building behind the other property as the 3 buildings? Is that has been used for this particular application?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor, essentially, the reliance is upon the 2 buildings within the substation. The building to the rear of number 47 was just a point of clarification for officers in case it was brought up that we didn't consider it to have a frontage. But essentially, what I think the applicant is actually reliant upon is number 47 and the 2 buildings that occupy the back section of the substation that lie to the north of the application site.
Thank you, Liam. Councillor Savage, you can tell. Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Sharon. Thanks to all the speakers so far in relation to this application. Liam, suppose going on from Councillor Savage's question, you know, and maybe I missed something here, but are you accepting that the two buildings within the ESS, the electrical substation, are forming part of the frontage, or are you saying these aren't? They're not acceptable? Because obviously the discussion's been very much around frontage, you know, rather than sort of plot size and other things that are discussed within infill policy. So just to clarify, you know, are you accepting that those two buildings are part of the substantially built up frontage?
No, Councillor Nicholson, we're not. We've decided that those buildings don't have a frontage onto the road because essentially the curtilage of that substation doesn't extend to the road as appears on the ground. What land registry maps say and stuff, maybe what the agent has alluded to, when you actually visit the site and you look at the aerials that are provided in the PowerPoint presentation, the opinion of officers was that the substation is set back as set out in the officer's assessment, and therefore the substation itself doesn't have a frontage onto the road. It's only its point of access, and on that basis, those two buildings can be considered to have a frontage onto the road.
Thank you, Liam. Councillor Nicholson, I'll bring you back in.
Thanks, Chair. And I suppose on the back of that, then, Liam, just again to get it clear in my head, obviously it's clear from the photograph the two gates are accessed off the Dunbronneth Road, and there's also, you know, I suppose there's bits of landscape to the side and where the boundary is debatable, whatever. Yeah, okay. But so you're saying that those double gates accessing off that road aren't a frontage, and you know, you're saying that isn't a frontage, and that's why you're discounting the two buildings rather than you're accepting the two buildings. Is that just get it right in my head, Liam? Just that's all. Thanks.
I think it might be helpful if we actually put up a site location plan, just Louise, Ruth, just to show what we're actually talking about. Yeah, you can see from that quite clearly that the access point is onto the road. You can see the line that defines the boundary. That's the palisade fencing that encloses the compound. You can see that the access point fronts onto the road, and essentially that's what we're saying here. Those fencing are set back approximately 10 metres from the actual road frontage itself, and you can see in the photographs the area of hardstanding to the front. That's the point of entry. And in all the applications we've dealt with the committee to date, if the access point was the only frontage onto the road, then the curtilage didn't have a frontage onto the road, and that's the logic we're applying here.
Councillor Nixon.
All right, Chair, and I don't mean to sort of, but again, I know what you're saying. Like, we have ones where there's laneways onto the road and there's nothing else, you know. But this is a new one for us. That's our substation, I have to say. Like, infill policies is the policy it just keeps giving, I think. But you know, I suppose, but if there was a laneway and two verges that linked onto the road, we have accepted that in the past as having frontage onto the road. So I'm just trying to get in my head, what's the difference? What's the difference between what we have here in front of us in relation to the idea of frontage onto the road, as opposed to, you know, this kind of a laneway with, you know, the grass coming down with gates and piers and all those things. As I'm sure you remember, and we've accepted those as frontages in certain planning cases. Thanks.
Yeah, essentially, I think we've taken actually a different view to that. They're not verges, they're actually part of the established residential curtilage, and they have to be part of the residential curtilage, and that's what we've accepted. And it can't be just a small swathe of ground, it has to be a substantial, you know, a defined portion of the residential curtilage. It can't be just two small swathes either side of access onto a road. It has to be a usable part of the curtilage, and that's what I think we've decided on before. That's quite different to what we're looking at here.
Thank you, Liam. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I suppose it's going to just Councillor Nicholson has dealt with a lot of it. I suppose if you were looking at it and took those two smaller buildings as a small, dwelling, and for instance, the person was worried about his security and he erected a similar type of fence, only not as high, is it the simple fact that this perimeter or this square enclosure is set back off the road and is screened, only leaving the access point? Is that what we're talking about in terms of it not providing a visual frontage with the road? If that could be clarified. And also, I feel if there is something within the last two paragraphs from Mr. Quinn's submission, I would be happy enough to hear them, just in the interest of the discussion that's developing. They may be pertinent to that issue, and if the chair is agreeable, I would like to hear the last two paragraphs if possible.
Yeah, I'll bring in Liam to answer that question first. Liam.
Yeah, Alderman Wilson, yeah, that's one aspect of the refusal reason that says that the sort of curtilage doesn't have a frontage on the road. The second aspect of it was that the buildings themselves don't have a visual presence on the road frontage because they're set behind all the apparatus and they don't have a visual frontage onto the road. So it's twofold, if you like.
Thank you, Liam. And Mr. Quinn, if you want to outline those last two paragraphs.
Yes, sure. I very much appreciate that. Thank you for that. Just following on from the fact that I have clearly said that the boundary is right to the frontage. That's the boundary of the whole site. So following on from that point, the assertion that within that boundary that I've referred to, the post and wire boundary fence has a compound, and that is a security compound with the fixed electrical plant and apparatus, and that's a palisade fence. That is there for the purposes of security and health and safety issues because of the risk to life and limb. The compound is for security and health and safety purposes only. The compound is an island within the site boundary. In actual fact, you can walk right round between the site boundary and that internal compound. At no point does that compound with the buildings within it come into contact with the site boundary fence as defined and indicated on the land registry map. If the ESS boundary has a fronting the Drummond Road and is clearly defined legal boundary of the site, then the site, the ESS, and number 47 must be considered an infill site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Okay, members, do I have any questions or queries? Mr. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, and I suppose that is, we are dealing with a unique circumstance here in that it isn't what we have been used to dealing with in terms of traditional structures, be that sheds or dwellings of various sizes and driveway configurations. But I get what Mr. Quinn's saying. It is, because it's an electrical, installation, it brings with it then all sorts of requirements in terms of safety, and have those been taken into account based on the fact that we are considering those two structures as buildings, albeit the planner's view doesn't, the planner doesn't believe that the sheriff frontage with the road, but there's reasons for that, given that it is an electrical substation, for want of a better word. Is that a block to any? I mean, if those buildings were closer to the road and there wasn't a big hedge, would we be, I don't get hypothetical, but we'll be in a different position? Or is it simply because this is an electrical substation, it's not a dwelling or a structure in the common form? Is that detracting from the application?
Thank you. Liam, do you want to come in that one? No, we've got Shauna Livingston from Environmental Health as well, who may also want to come in, but do you want to give a view first, Liam?
Yeah, no, Alderman Wilson, I suppose the fact that it's an electricity substation has not formed part of our consideration at all. All we're looking at is the fact that does the buildings that the application is dependent upon have an active frontage onto the road. And ultimately, I suppose what we're bound to look at in policy is what is developed along the road frontage. I mean, the boundary that the agent is talking about, we have to look at what is developed on the road and consider that. That is the consideration that we're bound by in terms of the policy.
the developed frontage and whether or not the developed frontage and the buildings within that developed frontage have a frontage onto the road. And I suppose that's how we've arrived at our decision. But the fact that it was an electricity compound, no, it hasn't been given any particular form of consideration within the context of our assessment.
Thank you, Liam. I suppose you can tempt Alderman Wilson at this stage. Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair. Similar vein that Alderman Wilson there, Liam, just considering that there was no fence or hedge, is it still the case that the two buildings at the back, there are some site works in front of them blocking the view of the road? Would that then, is that what your case essentially is, that, you know, regardless of the fence or the shrubbery at the front there before the access, is that the two buildings at the back, there's clearly like two lines of site works there that would impede that, and saying that has frontage onto the road? Is that what you're saying, Liam?
Yeah, essentially that's the second part of the argument, Councillor Savage, in that ultimately our view is because of the setback and the intervening apparatus that sit in front of these buildings, that we don't feel that they have a visual presence onto the road, and therefore they don't sit as part of the active frontage.
Thank you, Liam. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, everybody so far. Liam, a couple of questions, and again, it's just from my own knowledge, is do NIE substations they got require planning permission? And if they do, then is there like a location plan as part of that approval, which would outline its, you know, maybe I'm going the wrong way here, but like, you know, in a dwelling, it basically indicates the curtilage. And that would be something I'd like clarification on. And also, Chair, I would like to hear a wee bit more, which we brought Sean on, so I think we should ask her a wee bit about this. It's referred to by Mr. Quinn, this noise impact assessment as conditions are normal, just to basically bottom that one out, please. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Nicholson. Okay, we'll bring Liam in first to answer that first query.
Yeah, Councillor Nicholson, we haven't looked into a plan history check of the substation. What we're looking at was just based on what was on the ground at present, and the sort of the timeline and the aerials reveal that that's been in situ for an excessive period of 5 years. So whatever way it's been approved, ultimately what's on the ground now is what we're considering as part of the built up frontage. But yes, a substation of that sort would require a plan application. So hopefully there may be a history. God knows how old the substation is, but there will be some form of plan history on it, yeah.
Thank you, Liam. And Shauna, do you want to just come in and give some your view on the sort of, as Councillor Nicholson's outlined, the noise impact assessment, various other environmental health criteria?
Yes, sure. So the noise impact assessment discussed there, it dates back to, I think it was maybe 2011. So it came in initially for the substation, but obviously, you know, at that point, the dwelling or the proposed dwelling here wasn't built. So it didn't take into consideration the potential impact of noise on this proposed dwelling. I suppose typically, you know, being out on site, it's like a humming, like a hum, sort of buzz, low frequency noise. And it was clearly audible, you know, standing at the boundary between the electric substation and the proposed dwelling.
Thank you, Shauna. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. Thank you, Shauna. Thanks, Liam. I suppose for Shauna, you know, that hum, that buzz, is that seen as acceptable, or is it, you know, a wee bit buyer beware type thing? We've had this discussion in this committee before, Chair. You know, is from an environmental point of view, like what is their sort of recommendation in relation to that? You know, because that hum, that noise, is it can be mitigated, or is it a case of it's complete? No, you can't have somebody living beside that. Thanks, Chair.
Sean, if you want to come back on that.
Yeah, suppose our councillor, in principle, really we would have concerns that it would have adverse impacts on the proposed dwelling, and we would require further information there, you know, on the potential impact, you know, in the form, I suppose, of a noise impact assessment, should we haven't received any further information.
Okay. Any further questions, members? Otherwise, we'll move into the debate stage. Okay, members, we'll move into the debate stage. Any views on this one? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, I'll go in first to say, like, there's one thing for sure, this committee is always interesting, Chairman. There's always something new every committee. I've never seen the likes of this one before. There's a lot of unanswered questions there for me, Chair, you know, in relation to this, a lot of it. So, as I say, it's a new one, I have to say now, and we can't even point to anything else to, you know, say that, you know, that's we did something similar or that was something similar. But say these infill sites just continue to amaze us and give us difficulties. So.
Yeah, it's certainly complex. Any other views on this one, members? Could Democratic Services bring up the PowerPoint presentation for photo 1, please? I suppose it'll help me explain my view on it. I think it's slide 7. That one. Well, I'm looking at this photo, and I suppose we're talking about if this site has frontage on the road. And for me, I'd sort of be agreeing with Liam, and that it doesn't. I'm looking at the road, you can see that, you know, the tarmac of the road is very much different to the other tarmac. You've got even the gully there, which is almost defining the edge of the road, so to speak. And then you have what I suppose we could call a laneway, albeit it's quite short and pudgy rather than long and narrow. And for me, I would agree with the recommendation that therefore then does not have a frontage onto the road, plus taking into account as well the other equipment in the way of the alleged buildings. So for me, I think the recommendation here is the correct one in this case, but certainly an interesting one, you know, to debate on. That's my view of it, members. Any other questions or queries? Or I suppose we're in the debate stage, so where's any other views? Okay, no other views, so we're going to the proposal stage. Any proposals on this one, members? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chairman, look, I think you summed it up quite well there. As I say, we see a lot of these in front of us in this committee, these infill sites, and we've never seen one like this. And as I say, there's too many sort of anomalies for me in this one. So, like as I said, in regards to the argument put across, whether it's got a frontage or not, and I do see, you know, clearly from the photographs that, you know, again, it's open to interpretation. And as I say, my interpretation is it doesn't have a frontage to the road, like yourself, Chair, and I'm happy to propose the recommendation that's in front of us, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Any seconders to that proposal? I'll second that proposal then, I do agree with the recommendation to refuse as outlined in the comments there. So proposer to accept the refusal on the site, seconded by myself. Any other proposals, members? Okay, members, there's no other proposals. Are all agreed, members? Okay, we're all agreed. So I'd just like to thank Mr. Quinn, Liam and Shauna for taking part in this item. Okay, members, we're on to application 4, or appendix 4, which is application number LA08/2021/1467/F. Just check that everyone's been invited or into the Zoom who needs to be present. Okay, yeah, I'm seeing Diana and I'm seeing Ryan. Okay, members, as you'll have seen, an addendum report has been circulated on this one, but first off, I'm going to hand over to Sinead McAvoy, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. Robert.
Thank you, Chair. The reason this application is before the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee is because it's a major application. Officers have taken that members have read the report in full, including the addendum, and as such, this is a synopsis only. The application site is located within the settlement limit of Armagh area on zoned housing land. As such, the proposal to develop the site for residential purposes complies with the land use zoning of the LDP, and in principle is considered acceptable, subject to other material considerations. There is an extant planning permission on this site, a reserved matters application for 73 residential units, which was approved on the back of an outline application allowed at an appeal. Officers will advise that this application currently under consideration by the Council is a new planning application, and while the extent approval is material consideration deserving of weight, this application is not duly bound by that permission and must be assessed on its individual merits. As regards to design, layout and amenity, officers can confirm that all dwellings meet and in the majority of cases exceed the recommended separation distances as set out in Creighton Places. You will note that due to the topography of this site, a green terra mesh system is proposed to remove the need for large retaining walls. This is an environmentally friendly modular system used to form vegetated face soil reinforced slopes and embankments. This has been approved in the previous phase of this development. Officers can confirm that the level of open space is approximately 11.5% of the site area, which exceeds the minimum 10% provision as set out in Policy OS2 of PPVS 8. An equipped play park is to be located in the middle of the large area of open space. The new link road is currently in place, and this includes a segregated cycle and pedestrian way to encourage respective residents to cycle and walk. All existing hedgerows and trees around the site are to be retained, and this application also proposes the planting of 180 new extra heavy standard trees, 6,300 square metres of woodland planting, and 6,300 number of shrubs planted throughout this site. Other material considerations including drainage, land contamination assessments, transport assessment, wastewater treatment works and network capacity and the appropriate assessment have all been appraised by the relevant statutory authorities, and no objections subject to the conditions attached have been received. All third-party objections have been fully considered in the report and the addendum, including 2 additional conditions. I wish to note that a further objection has now been received this morning. It is anonymous, and the points raised in that have already been addressed in the report. However, it did state that upon re-neighbour notification and advertisement, the scheme moved the dwellings closer to the properties at Spurn Park than that originally submitted with the scheme, and they wish to object on that point. I wish to confirm that no dwellings have been moved closer to Spurn Park. In contrast, they have been moved 1 metre further from the dwellings at Spurn Park following re-neighbour notification and advertisement. However, in regard to the above, and after undertaking a policy assessment and planning balancing exercise, officers are of the opinion that proposed development complies with the area plan, the SPPS, and all other relevant planning policies. On this basis, and subject to the conditions attached, it is recommended the planning permission be granted. Taking through the presentation. So it shows the location of the site in the general areas, the northeast of Armagh City, off the Portadown Road. So that shows an area photography of the site. The northeast is Mellifont Crest, and the dwellings directly to the east is Spurn Park. That's just a site location plan is submitted with the application pack. So that's the proposed layout. As you can see, the 3 central areas of open space, with the large area in the middle having the proposed equipped child's play area. The orangey reddy colour around is a buffer planting scheme to soften the impact of the proposed development against those of the existing residents, and to the north is the railway line. That just shows proposed layout again. It just gives a better indication for you on your iPads there in relation to separation distances, etc. And that's the proposed overall concept. Is for information only, but if a development this size, we require an overall concept to ensure that we're not approving piecemeal development in the local area. To the north west is extant planning approval on the site as referred to in the report, and then to the southeast is the existing, just to give you an understanding of what was approved and is an extent. And what's now proposed, you will note there's 73 dwellings. This is now 72. There are a number of house types, and that just shows what they are like. Some in render and some in brick. Some semi-detached and some detached. So that shows the green thermocast system. That is a photograph of one of them at the present time, which has been constructed in the second phase of the development, and how it looks on the ground. I can confirm the site sections has been submitted through every single property that surrounds this site, including the existing and proposed. The red indication, because there had been a number of objections in relation to the previous approval on the site, and the red line indicates of what was approved with regards to the finished floor levels and what is now. So while it's 2-storey, there will be no higher than what is previously approved on the site. That's just a number of site sections through the site, just to give you an understanding of the levels. That just shows one of the, you'll probably see in the addendum report to the site section, are the gentleman queried in relation to the existing trees and how they will. So that just gives a close up of the existing trees and how they're going to be retained. It's going to be levelled off and then eventually step down in terrace form to the proposed houses. Photograph 1 of the site that shows what's at the present time. To the left there, you will see that's a segregated pathway, cycleway currently in place. Photograph 2 shows existing properties. That's an entry to the site at the present time. So they have these Georgian, neo-Georgian type style, which reflects the architectural quality of Armagh and what it's famous for. This is photograph 3. So these are the boundaries along Spurn Park. You can see the one to the top is along the eastern boundary, and then the one to the bottom is just along the southern boundary there. So you can see they're bungalows, and there is an existing hedgerow, and there's some trees within that, and they're all to be retained. You can see how the site then falls down to the west. And photograph 4, I think that's the best to capture just the slope in the site. So that's sitting in the far corner, standing looking over. Those residents are at Spurn Park, and then at the top of Spurn Park, you can see phase 2 under construction to your right. And that bottom photograph is simply looking into Mellifont Crest. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Sinead. Okay, members. Next up, we have Diana Thompson from MBA Planning to make a representation as agent in support of the application. Diana, you're very welcome to committee. We'll just get the clock set up. Okay, you should see your clock saying 3 minutes in front of you. So I'm going to hand over to yourself, and when you begin to speak, that clock is going to count down. So over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and elected members. And thank you for the opportunity to address the committee this evening. I'm the planning consultant and the named agent for this application. Also on the line is Mr. Ryan McAtavey, who's the scheme architect. So this is the third phase of the highly desirable Deanery Domain housing development. It was brought forward at speed owing to the success of the much sought after first and second phases of the scheme. Phase 2 is now well underway, and the swift actions of your planning department of bringing this recommendation forward this evening means the contractor can move seamlessly on to the next phase. So I'd like to pause there to express our thanks to your planning department for making this happen. They are professional, and their can-do attitude to their work is a highly refreshing change, and many other local authorities could do well to take a leap from their book. They're a real credit to you and your ratepayers, and I have to say it's an absolute pleasure to work with them. The application site is part of the significant residential allocation in North Armagh that's been in the planning pipeline for the best part of 16 years. The proposed housing allocation plus the part implemented planning consent that you've heard about sets up the double presumption that firmly establishes the acceptability and principle of housing on this site. The scheme is a quality residential layout that wholly complies with PPS 7 and creating places. We have read the case officer's report and the addendums, and we endorse entirely its analysis and fully support the recommendation that full planning permission should be granted. There are no planning or environmental constraints to the development of this site, and this is confirmed by the various consultees who've contributed to the planning application, and they're the competent authority in each of their specialisms. The proposal brings with it the following benefits. employment of 83 construction workers over its 24-month development period, a total investment of 9.1 million, an increase in the net rateable value for the council of around 65,000, provision of homes for around 173 persons, utilisation of sustainable building technologies, the regeneration and redevelopment of an area of vacant land with attractively designed housing that will considerably enhance the amenity and character of the area, and supported by a new link road which was fully funded by this developer at a cost of 2.4 million. It will also make a contribution to meeting housing need in our North Armagh, where there's been no new housing land coming forward for very many years. For all these reasons, we commend the scheme to you and invite you to ratify the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana, and you're well within your time. And the members just mentioned there, we also have Ryan McAtaby, the scheme architect, who's attending via Zoom and does have speaking rights if members have any questions or queries for him. Okay, members, and I did mention there was an addendum report which has been circulated and it is in our decision time pack. Any questions or queries on this one, members? Councillor Nicholas.
Yeah, thanks, Sinead, and thanks, Diana, for your presentation. Yeah, look, I think, Chair, we're all aware of this development. It says third phase. Obviously, it's been changed. Look, I suppose my questions around the play park, obviously within that vicinity, is very, very welcome. And I'm just wondering what the plan is in relation to, you know, the maintenance and the ongoing sort of running of it. Is the idea to sort of transfer it into council, or is it done through a management company or whatever? And again, that applies obviously to the open space as well. See, there's quite a large open space there in the middle, which again will environmentally be very, very, you know, make the development very attractive. So a couple of wee questions maybe for either Sinead or Diana. Thanks, Chair.
I might bring in Sinead first to give clarity on particularly that sort of play park issue, and then maybe bring in Diana.
Thank you, Chair. At this stage, as per the previous phases, the landscape open area will be done by a landscape management company. And indeed, that is the intention of the equipped play area. You will note at condition 7, we have asked for a final play equipment and associated maintenance plan specific to the play area, and that the development of the dwellings around it shall not be commenced until that's with us and approved, which shall include a minimum of the design details, operation, installation, maintenance, inspection arrangements, and the final play equipment then shall be carried out in conformity with that, as we're duly aware of the, you know, if these have to be maintained in perpetuity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sinead. And Diana, would you have anything to add to those comments from Sinead?
Well, there already is a management company set up to manage the open space and landscaping areas around this development site. So while it's not properly formally constituted yet, I imagine that the proposal will be that the play park becomes the management company's responsibility as well. And as that condition says, we have to agree those details with the planning authority before construction starts.
Thank you, Diana. Any questions or queries, members, on this one? Not saying any lights on, so moving to the debate stage. Any views on this one, members? Seems like a very strong application for me. I do remember at least one of the previous phases coming to committee. Maybe it was 1 or 2 years back, and this does seem to be again a strong application. And I agree about the play park. It is important to have that structure in place for its care and maintenance. Indeed, I think I remember a similar one came with an application in Banbridge, which we actually named Edinburgh earlier on the site meeting. Look, we told, but so it does seem that it will be an additional asset to that housing development, which I think may have a couple of phases in the future as well. But it seems like a good one to approve for me. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, I agree. As usual with Sinead, a very, very detailed report, and hard to sort of find a question to ask in it because it's all there. And again, all the sections and things between obviously the concern would be the relationship of Sperrin Park and obviously the development, and the sections are all there, it's all clear. So, and as you say, that it's a third phase of a very successful development, and all the details there. So yeah, I think it's a very well put together application, and I have to say a glowing reference from the agent for our planning staff. So I have to just take note of that. So well done, Damien and team. So thanks, Chair.
I certainly agree with the very positive comments about our planning officials. Certainly are the best in the business. Okay, any other views on this one, members? We're moving to the proposal stage. Okay, members, we're moving to the proposal stage. Any proposals on this one, members? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, look, Chair, I think, as we've already said, I think it's, yes, Chair, I think, as we've already said, it's a good application. It's the third phase. It's a very successful development in Armagh City. It's creating new homes. It's creating a wide range of different homes, and I'm happy to basically propose the recommendation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, similar vein. It's a good step forward for addressing the housing need in the area, and you have to be struck by the investment in the road network in that area. I think it was 2.4 million. The developer has spent us for a bit of front loading in terms of his own resources, so that's commendable. I don't think anybody could complain about the access in or out of it as well. It's fairly wide and open, and obviously no expense has been spared in that. So I'm happy enough to second.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. So proposal by Councillor Nicholson, second by Alderman Wilson to approve the recommendation. Any other proposals, members? No, so all agreed? Okay, we're all agreed on that one. I'd just like to thank Sinead and Diana and Ryan. Ryan, you got off easy, you didn't have to ask there any questions. So I wish you all the best for the rest of your evening. Okay, members, we're moving straight on to Appendix 5, application number 8808/2020/0480/F. Just make sure everyone's been invited into the Zoom there. Okay, well, that's the person invited into Zoom. Okay, so we're handing over to Nicola Craner, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to point out that condition 1, if I could add some extra text, it should read, with the exception of the regrading work, retaining wall, proposed fencing between number 29 and 31 and 31 and 33, and soft and hard landscaping. This permission is granted under Section 55 of the Planning Act, Northern Ireland 2011, as amended, and takes effect from the date of this decision notice. So just that wee small section about the fencing. This application is for the retention of 3 dwellings at Cornray, including works to the rear gardens. The dwellings have been constructed at a higher finished floor level than was previously approved, and this has resulted in steeply sloping banks to their rear gardens, particularly in number 31 and 33. The proposal includes works to the gardens to regrade them and make them more usable. The recommendation is to approve. The application is being presented to committee due to the number of objections received. There were 15 letters of objection and 19 letters of support. As advised in the report, this proposal has been amended during the processing to address the concerns of the adjoining residents, and there's been no objection submitted to the most recent proposal, which has been considered in full against the relevant planning policies, and there's no objections from the relevant consultees. I'll just go through the presentation. So this is the site, you probably know it, it's just immediately beside the large Tesco's in Craigavon. Next slide, please. And this is the location of the site. It's immediately adjoining a cycle and walkway track which goes into towards Rushmere and towards Tesco's. Next slide, please. These are the three houses, number 29, 31 and 33, and just have identified some of the adjacent properties immediately beside it. Next slide. These are the details then in terms of the site layout, the details in terms of the planting and regrading proposed, and there's cross sections then provided in regards to the looking at how it relates to the properties immediately adjacent. Next slide, please. And I've just done a detail of that as well, just to let you see what that refers to in terms of retaining the existing. There's a fence. Originally, that fence had actually been proposed to be removed and a 2.55 metre high wall and fence replacing it, but that has been taken away. So it's the existing fence is being retained to the rear, and then the works proposed are shown within the drawing. Next slide, please. That's just some cross sections then, a detail of it. Next slide. And these are the house type elevations. As I say, these houses actually have been constructed, so you'll be able to see them in the photographs. And this is 31 and 33, the plans and elevations. Next slide, please. Are submitted as part of the package. Next slide, please. So these are the houses, number 29, 31 and 33, and they're, as I say, immediately beside the cycle and walkway. Next slide, please. And just a detail of the houses. Next slide. That's a view then from the other side, the other direction, just looking towards the houses, and you can see that the land levels around there. There are houses sitting immediately at the same sort of height as well, adjacent. Next slide, please. And this is the side then of number 33. Number 33 is actually the houses which has been most impacted in regards to the change in levels. Next slide, please. This is the side garden of number 33. So the side and rear of it, there's a steep bank, and this proposal then will provide steps down into a lower area, which will be more usable for the residents that live in that house. Next slide, please. At the minute, they have a privacy panel, which they're using to try and provide some privacy. So this, as I say, when it's regraded, will provide them with more usable space. Next slide, please. This is the existing, you can see the garden of number 31 just through that fence, but it's not just quite as bad as number 33, but you can see that they're quite similar. Next slide, please. And then this is further along at number 29, where the ground levels are not as steep in terms of the bankments. Next slide, please. Just to give you an idea of the context, really, with the properties and the adjoining properties immediately surrounding it. Next slide, please. Just from the rear. And next slide, please. I think this is the last slide. Just a view from the east looking towards the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. Okay, members, also joining us via Zoom, we have Elizabeth Brilla to make a representation in support of the application. Elizabeth, you're very welcome to committee today. You should see a clock with saying 3 minutes on it. I'm going to hand over to you now. So when you begin to speak, the clock's going to count down. You have 3 minutes to give your presentation. So over to you.
Evening, everyone. 3 years ago, when we decided to purchase our forever home, we wanted to make sure that the house that we picked had a vast sized garden. We also wanted to make sure that the back garden would be leveled so that there was no threat of reduced privacy and that our future children would have a safe place to play and explore, as the house we were renting at the time had a slope at the back garden and no privacy at all. When we came across the plot where our house is, number 33, it looked perfect. All the drawings, it checked all the boxes. So it was a no-brainer for us to secure our dream home. Close to the completion, we started noticing that something was not quite right when it came to the back garden. We immediately raised our concerns with both the estate agent and the builder, but both discarded our concerns straight away. The day we received our keys, we were shocked at the state of our yard was left and given to us. And to this day, we cannot understand the fact that a new build home should be at a higher standard than what it is at this point. We tried time and time again to reach the builder in person through their office and via phone call, but they always rejected us. And we even sought out advice from a surveyor at our own cost. And eventually, when nothing came to it, we decided to approach Doug Beattie's office, as well as this has caused us a fair amount of stress. We decided to put, building a family off for quite a while. We now have a baby girl, and our neighbors on number 33, they have a child that has never, number 31, sorry, they have a child that has never played in their yard to this day, and it's been 3 years since we are living, in our houses. Our garden is 158 square meters, with 56 square meters being unusable to the steep sloping nature of the ground. And we also have no leveled area in the rear garden. There is a 1.8 meter high fence surrounding the garden, but as you can see by the images, our back garden is completely exposed to the main road. So everyone can look into our yard. Every time we go outside, it's very uncomfortable for us to spend any time in our yard because we have, all the neighbors looking at us in the main road. And to finish, I would like to thank the ABC Planning Enforcement for their support and help through this difficult time. And I would also like to state that the approval of this application today will finally get our home finished to the standard that we like, and we'll be able to play with our daughter outside, hopefully soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and you're well within your time. And I'd ask you still to stay on Zoom just in case any members do have any questions or queries for yourself. But again, thank you for your presentation. Okay, members, is there any questions or queries on this one? Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I suppose just listening to the contributor there, obviously this comes off the back of enforcement action, I understand. And I'm just wondering, in terms of building control on that, I'm not just entirely sure what types of checks and balances are put on that, but would there not have been an opportunity to catch this on at a much earlier stage? It's something that's standing out in my view, perhaps not in terms of the regularity of checks and what's required under current law, but I think there's a gaping hole there in terms of, the fact, it's been a theme in this committee where, I spoke about it earlier, where there's, enforcement and then mitigation. And this certainly appears like a prize case of something being built that isn't according to the plan, and council then having to come to some type of, mitigation arrangement to avoid something being completely demolished and levels, built as per plan, versus coming to some type of sticky plaster solution where you're regrading and building retaining walls and, increasing the height of fences, and a resident has to actually go and purchase, privacy screening that they can probably have a barbecue while everybody looking at them. It's a big issue in my view, you know what I mean? It sort of grates me completely, I have to say. And again, we're faced with these dilemmas. Is there not an option or an area going forward that we do not allow this to happen, that there's some type of greater involvement throughout the procedure, that we don't end up in these situations? Because it's people like we've heard who are picking up the pieces at perhaps their own expense, when they were, obviously purchasing something that ticked their boxes, as the saying goes. I think they really used that term, but had to endure a procedure to get to the point that they're at today. I just appreciated anybody's view on that within the planning service.
Okay, well, maybe bring in Nicola first on that one. Nicola?
Thank you, Chair. It is a very difficult one. We wouldn't look at those details until they are reported through planning enforcement. I'm not entirely sure, maybe Damien wanted to speak about the links with building control, but they should be working off the same drawings as us, and I'm not entirely sure about what checks they would do during the processing, but in terms of planning, we would really only be looking at those issues should they be subject to building control, enforcement. So.
Thank you, Nicola. And Damien, do you want to come in?
Yeah, excuse me. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, very good question, Alderman Wilson. There is a protocol in place between planning and building control, and the aim of that is to try and identify early and on-site breaches of planning control. So by early, I mean we try and pick it up as early in the process as we can. What the protocol, the way it works at the moment is building control will send us 9 drawings every month. It's a sample of drawings every month for us to look at to try and identify any breaches between what they've got and what we've got. And the whole idea is that it acts as a deterrent and sends out a message to developers. Look, we're on this now, so you need to be very careful about playing one side against the other. The protocol also allows building control officers to contact us if, when they're on site, they identify something that they think doesn't look right. They think that there could be a material difference here between what's on the ground and potentially what planning granted permission for. We have had discussions with them around that to try and give them a steer as to what that, what that material change might look like. And that's the protocol that's in place at the moment. We can't police absolutely everything, but we do hope that through the protocol and through the sample of drawings that we receive every month and the building control officers, when they're on site, being alert to possible potential breaches, that will act as a deterrent. So that's what we're doing at the moment. This one obviously didn't fall into that category, but generally we are doing our best with building control to try and deter that type of thing from happening.
Thank you, Damien. And just on the points from Alderman Wilson, I completely agree. Obviously, there's residents here in a very difficult situation, and I guess it's just to clarify from Nicola, I take it they had a different approval than what they actually built in a much more graded back gardens of surrounding houses rather than this mound, as I suppose. And then the second query would be, I know, say, for example, if things aren't built appropriately, plan enforcement is taken. In these kind of situations, is that plan enforcement taken on essentially the bearer of the homes and the developer gets away with it, scot-free, so to speak, or is there any recourse that the developer, can be forced to, come back and sort the mess out? Just those 2 quick queries, Nicola.
Thank you, Chair. There's 2 issues really, I suppose. The level of the house is slightly higher, so it's not just the garden. So between the level of the house being higher, the garden is actually increased, and they must have actually built the houses behind first because they're quite flat. So if they degraded them between the 2, it may well have not seemed such a significant issue. But when they've left those houses to the end, unfortunately, that's been the repercussions of it. And that's only really appeared after, it was actually finalised. In regards to, what was the second question you'd asked about?
Just regards to, say, for example, this situation, the haven't been built to plans and enforcement actions taken. Is that taken against the new purchasers and the developer gets away with it, or is there any recourse on the developer?
In this case, the application is actually made by the developer, so it's made on behalf of the applicants, but the recourse would actually be through potentially the owner of the property.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's, again, it's sort of, I know it's not we're talking about this application, but just the topic in general is very troubling. And people buy their dream house and they end up in a nightmare type scenario, as some of these residents are, but maybe I'll leave my comments to the debate stage. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thank you. It's Elizabeth, was it, Chair? Was it? Elizabeth, and I have to commend Elizabeth actually, taking it this far, and really forcing the developer's hand. Let's be honest, she went through a timeline there where she was being ignored and she didn't give up. And I'd say many in a similar scenario probably have given up, but hopefully she will get her dream home and she will be able to enjoy it with her family and kids and all. But I suppose my question is, and again, Nicola, I suppose it's just because we're looking at it on the screen and on here. In number 31 and 33, you come out and on the photograph it shows you that you have a footpath around the back, and obviously that's not changing. And then there's like a steps down onto a flat area down. Is the fence increasing in height between 31 and 33 and number 9? You know, because if you look at the photograph there, you know, the one there with shows, you can actually see into the back gardens. You'll still be able to see into the back gardens there. You know, if I was standing in that footpath, I'd be able to look down into those people's gardens in number 9 and number 10. Is there any requirement? Is that fence coming up to sort of give that bit more? Is that where the screens are? These, I see the screens are on the present. It's just not clear. Obviously, Elizabeth is happy with, but just from my head, that, you know, it'll do what Elizabeth thinks it's going to do, and then when it's done, she goes, "Oh, I wish we'd increase that fence height." But just if you clarify that there, Nicola, please. Thank you.
The original proposal was to put at 2.55, so it was to actually put a wall around with the fence on the top of it. But I mean, there was a severe impact on some of the properties immediately beside it, specifically number 3, 5, 9, and 11, and even further along at 13 and 15, they would have had some of their fence removed and a wall and a fence put in through half of their site, and then continuing with their normal 1.8 metre high fence the rest of it. So no, this proposal is not to change that 1.8 metre high fence, which is in between the properties. So there will be steps down, and yes, you will be able to view from immediately as you step off through the back door onto the first bit of patio, but the garden will then step down into a lower area. Now there will be a retaining wall inside the fence line to try and provide that. And there are trellis panels being proposed in terms of providing landscaping details to help improve the privacy. Hopefully that answers your query.
Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, it does, and I just want to tease that out, Chair. You know, for Elizabeth's benefit, that, you know, because I'm 6'1", if I'm standing that back patio, I can see that other person's garden. You know. And that's not going to change with this proposal. So look, that it's an improvement, but it would concern me, to be honest with you, if I lived in that house.
Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And can I concur with the comments from Councillor Nicholson? What Elizabeth has told us this afternoon reference this application and the difficulty that they've had here as a family. It must have been a very distressful time for them. And I certainly hope that this ends up and it will be to their satisfaction and enjoy their dream home, as she calls it. And like everyone should be able to do that. It's just following on from my colleague Alderman Wilson about the relationship between planning and building control, maybe to Damien here. Is from the outset, foundation level and everything else, can we not maybe see where the land round is going? And finally, when the house is complete or near complete, there's a building control certificate. So what does that certificate entail? Does that entail a full inspection? Does it entail the outside work that has been completed to the specification or the planning conditions? I just see what the tie-up is there, or do we need to do more tie-up to ensure that something like this doesn't happen again, and we save this distressful period for residents to have to go through? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Alderman Anderson. And I can't speak for building control and what they do during their inspections, to be perfectly honest with you. But look, when we grant permission for any development, you know, it's taken that development will be implemented in accordance with the approval. That doesn't always happen. This is an example of that. Fortunately, we were able to pick that up through planning enforcement, and we have worked very hard, as Nicola has pointed out, to try and address that. We've worked with the agent, and we've got this application to a point now that we can recommend approval for it. So that's a difficult process. It's a difficult position for officers to find themselves in because, as I said, we grant permission. The onus is on the developer to make sure they implement that permission. We are working hard with building control to send a message out to developers and agents that we are watching and for any breaches of planning control. The protocol is there for that reason. And, you know, we're happy to review how that's working. I think we're intending to review it anyway, because it has been in place now for several years. But it is sending out the right message that planning and building control plans have got to match up. And if they don't, then we'll pick that up and address it.
Alderman Anderson, come back in.
Thanks, Damien. Yes, I think there is a way that can maybe ensure, instead of this ending up with enforcement, if there's, I know in planning and building control is working closely together, and maybe there's something that should be looked at here, that any final inspection on that to do is in line with what has been passed or what has been planning. That's what I'm saying here, that if that tie-up was complete at the end, it would be there for everyone to see if something wasn't right. And therefore, it could be fixed at that time, and the developer would be compelled to do that before he got a sign-off with a building control certificate or what it is, to ensure it was done, and would save a lot of cases like this happening in the future. That's all I'm saying here. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Alderman Wilson.
Yes, just a further point of clarity. I take it what was approved initially versus what's there, is it an assumption to make that the layout as it is, or the topography, it's hard to gauge it just with the photographs, but was this to avoid in some way reducing levels and, you know, obviously removing earth, if you like, or getting that level down? Has that been, you know, has it been, you know, has the developer then, you know, has this been an easier route, if you like, in terms of, you know, excavation and that type? I'm just trying to get my head around why, you know, someone would, you know, leave it like this, if you understand me. Is that a fair assumption to make, that it was, you know, in order to avoid, you know, a level drop, which you have to assume is a fair bit of work with material to dispose of? And I'm just trying to get my head around, you know, has that been the case? Maybe Nicola can answer that, or yourself.
It seems to be that they've tried to build the site up slightly more towards the cycle path, you know, to try to keep it at grade, so that when you're walking or cycling, you can come into the development easier rather than with a bank there. And in order to do that, they've brought it up slightly, I think, to try and do that. So it's not necessarily, I think they're just trying to work around the constraints immediately beside it, but didn't realise then the impact that potentially would have.
Okay, thank you, Nicola. Any other questions or queries, members? Otherwise, we'll move into the debate stage. Okay, we'll move into the debate stage. Well, it certainly raised this issue about the gap between plan and building control. I know there is some checks there, but clearly this one slipped it through, and maybe others have as well. It's just that maybe, you know, the plan team could go away from this and obviously consider this, and whether any improvements need to be made just on that process to try and further limit the situation. On the application itself, I have complete sympathy with the speaker here and the residents impacted by this, because it's clearly been put through a lot of emotional distress. And this application submitted has been trying to get to a position where everyone can live and have a good quality of life, rather than the situation we have a severe impact on these numbers of residents. So, you know, given that, I think we have to take a pragmatic approach and approve this recommendation, you know, as outlined, but just it's highlighted for me that we need to put more effort into, you know, watching out for those cowboys out there who maybe cut corners or build mounds as this one's come out. But complete sympathy with the residents in this case, and I think that the recommendation before us is the correct one, and it is a fairly pragmatic approach. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, just I suppose following on from that, I think it would be key as well. You know, we're mitigating here, so I think it's it's important that we're seen to as an authority to back those efforts that come at a considerable length of time, and no doubt there'll be a bit of money to be spent to enact these works. So I suppose one thing I feel would be important would given the close proximity of neighbours and that to this, I think it's vital that maybe there's some type of oversight from planners or building control as this work is progressing, that we aren't in a situation where something's made worse or something isn't finished as is required, and we're leading on then to further issues. Another case of enforcement based on this latest approval, should it be given tonight, I think we do need to be learning our lessons and maybe investing a small amount of time into ensuring that what is within this is built out as per plan, and it's done in a respectful way in terms of the neighbours, and because obviously if people there who have bought their homes, their gardens are level and they're content enough, and this work is mitigating the levels on a number of other houses. So I think we do need to be mindful of the amenity of other residents, and it's all done in a sympathetic manner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Alderman Wilson. Yeah, I do absolutely accept the comments that members are making on this issue. I suppose that there is a resourcing issue here in terms of trying to police absolutely every site. I think even with regard to building, them at every inspection they make, checking that against the planning drawings. There would be resourcing implications there, but we are happy to explore that. That's absolutely it. There is, though, members also an onus on prospective occupier or prospective purchasers to ensure that if they enter into some sort of contract to purchase a property off plan, that they need to make certain as well that it is built in accordance with that plan before they complete the contract. Because this isn't the only case where this has happened, and there is a responsibility on people who are buying a property in consultation with their legal advisors to make sure that whatever it is they eventually buy, it matches up with what they saw in the plan in the first instance. But accept your comments in relation to what planning and building control can do around enforcement. I'm happy to follow up on that.
Okay, thank you, Damien. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chairman, I suppose, look, and these things are never acceptable, and at least this developer stood up and, I suppose, try to rectify it in some shape or form, and I have to come in and sort of back Damien. I think to get the resource to check every house that's built in this area, I think it would scare the life out of this committee. Damien coming back, looking, I know many staff, Damien, and it would be, but I do think, and I do think it is happening, as Damien has outlined, because I've experienced it myself, that there is a link between planning and building control at the minute. Now, maybe that needs tightened up a wee bit, but as I say, like sometimes, building control come out and inspect foundations, and they won't be back out until the house is finished. It just depends on the developer. The building control will rely on the developer to ring and bring them out to do the inspections, and it's tied in with mortgage payments and things like that. So I do think that this is an unfortunate situation, but I do think it's it's not, thankfully, it's not common that I'm aware of anyway. Damien, you maybe have a different opinion on that there, but I think this is one of the extremes, I think, in relation to what's happened. But as I say, it's probably as good as we get at this stage of the game, So thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. So we're in a debate stage. Any more views on this? We're moving to proposal stage. Okay, members, moving to proposal stage. Any proposals on this one? Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, based on the debate on the the mitigations in place, I'll be happy enough to propose we accept the recommendation.
Thank you. Any seconder left, Alderman Anderson?
Yes, I'm happy to second the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, proposal by Alderman Wilson, seconded by Alderman Anderson to accept the recommendation. Any other proposals, members? Not seeing any. Okay, members are all agreed on that proposal. Okay, so that's that one approved. And I'd just like to thank Elizabeth for taking part in the planning committee this evening and wish you all the best for your evening. Okay, members, we play on. So we're in Appendix 6, application number LA08/2021/1357/F. Just have to declare that I was contacted by a member about the alleged public right-of-way in this location, but at that time I informed the individual as a member of the planning committee, I think pass them on to a party colleague, but haven't done that. I feel I'm able to take part in this application. Okay, so just check the Richard's in there. So we'll hand over to Sinead McAvoy, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. Over to you, Sinead.
Thank you, Chair. The reason the application is before the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee is because it's a major application. The proposed development is in connection with Ceres Plastics, who process polythene granules into thin gauge polythene tubing, which then make into bags or silt into sheeting for use in automatic packaging machines. The application seeks retrospective planning permission for the extended yard area with its associated fence, gates and access, which is to be used as parking and marshalling area for trailers and as an external storage area. Permission is also sought for the retention of the completed machine store extension to the existing factory building and for a new proposed extension to the existing factory to include an extrusion hall and raw material store and a new proposed ancillary recycling building, blower plant building and additional storage tanks. The raw material store will supplement the existing external storage area that is to be relocated within the yard of the site, and the recycling building will accommodate the recycling area that is currently within the main factory building and is being displaced to make way for the proposed extrusion hall. The machine store has been constructed and is used as a shelter to accommodate the existing machinery on the site in order to improve security and reduce weathering. The extension and buildings have been designed to integrate with the existing industrial buildings on the application site and within the wider Corn industrial estate, with silver-coloured profile cladding external walls over a concrete facing block base, which are the same material finishes of the majority of the main factory building that currently occupies the application site. The proposed boundary fencing is also in keeping with existing fencing. The two established accesses serving the site from Esky Drive will continue to be used. A third access has been created to the new parking and marshalling yard area. This is accessed by an unadopted section of the road that leads off the end of Esky Drive. The proposed extrusion hall extension largely will accommodate an automated area and result in only a small increase in staff and goods vehicles, 5 and 1 respectively. The proposed recycling building will accommodate the existing uses that will be replaced by the extrusion hall. The machine store is a shelter for existing machinery previously stored in the open and will not create any additional parking demand. The blower plant building and storage tanks will not contribute to any additional staff or other buildings. The existing staff and visitor car parking proposed is to be increased by 6 to accommodate the increase in parking demand created by the development. The proposed parking and marshalling yard area also provides additional trailer parking area. Level access is provided in respect of access for the disabled and for those with impaired mobility. The factory currently operates 24 hours per day over 7 days per week and maintains a constant manufacture and production of plastic products for onward export. The nearest sensitive receptors from the site is 90 metres away. A noise impact assessment was submitted and concludes that the cumulative impact from the existing factory in the proposed development is lower than the background sound of the existing industrial sites at present. Other material consideration, including drainage, land contamination assessments, wastewater treatment works, network capacity, and the appropriate assessment have all been appraised by the statutory relevant authorities, and no objections subject to the conditions attached have been received. An old pathway extended through this site, which was removed following the extension to the yard area. Officers have carried out consultation with the right-of-ways officer within the council, and it has been confirmed that this is not an established public right-of-way. Furthermore, DFI Roads have confirmed this was never an adopted pathway. The site is zoned employment land with no key site requirements to provide a footpath through the site. There are existing, established and adopted footpath linkages around the site. To this end, officers are content the pathway is not required to be reinstated. Officers recommend one further condition. The development hereby permitted shall only be used for the purposes which are ancillary to the primary use of the site as Class B3 use and shall not be savoured to become a separate independent operation. And the reason for that is to ensure the development is used ancillary to the existing development of the site and to control the future use of the site. Having regard to the above and after undertaking a policy assessment and planning balancing exercise, officers of the opinion the post-development complies with the area plan, the SPPS and all other relevant planning policies. On this basis and subject to the conditions attached, it is recommended the plan of permission be granted. Let's take it through the presentation. This shows location of the site within the general area, such as in the Carn Industrial Estate to the north of Craigavon area. That just shows the aerial photograph of the site with the established factory on the site. And that's the site location plan with the red line of the site. So that's the proposed layout showing the different elements of the development outlined in colour there. So they're mostly to the south of the site, and then to the southeast is the cycle parking as required by the parking standards. So there's the proposed elevation. So it's in keeping with the existing materials and heights of the development at the present time. And that's the proposed floor plan. So it's normally to the south of the site, away from the Esky Drive area. And that's just an elevation treatment and plan of the storage tank. So that's a view from the site to where the new buildings will be going. You can see to the east, part of the extension has already been completed. That's photograph 2. It's actually down past the DVLA in regards to these footpaths that went through the industrial area. You can see that part of them are closed off. Our site is to the further to the north of that. So part of these paths that were investigated as part of this application. That just shows a location of the extended parking and trailer area off the Esky Drive. That's just to the north of the site. You can just see behind the vegetation there that's conditioned to be retained, the existing tanks, and the new tanks will be situated parallel to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sinead. Okay, members, also in attendance via Zoom is the agent and his speaking rights is Richard O'Toole from O'Toole and Starkey Planning. Richard, you're very welcome, and if any members have any questions, you're there to answer. Okay, members, any questions or queries on this one? No questions or queries. The only one I had was in relation to that right away, but as I said, I think it was under investigation. There was something came to Leisure Committee, and it didn't meet the legislation. So I don't know if there's much we can do on that. Any questions or queries, members? Oh, Alderman Twyble.
Thank you, Chairman. And really just to say that we've got to welcome this development and further development, I should say, of an industry that's already in place and doing extremely well. And I think we need to welcome. I know there are the issues about pathways and so on, but it's clear that the whole thing's being investigated. And really, this is an absolute wonderful development for the whole Carn estate area. So I think we welcome this.
So my members, we're in the question stage. Any questions? Not seeing any items. We'll move into the debate stage. Any views on this? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chairman, again, Sinead has again, a superb report. There's nothing in it. Everything's there you need to know. And as Alderman Twyble said, it's an established business, a successful business in this Carn area. And as I say, it does seem to be a very well put together application, and the planning officers have really gone through all the detail that's required. And I'm sort of pretty generally happy, Chairman, with what's in front of me. So that's my top and toe. Thank you.
Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, and I suppose looking at the socio-economic considerations and then the economic benefits, I mean, it's good to read. This is where this information to me is vital when, there's an opportunity there for agents and applicants to submit it. I think it's useful when it is submitted. We can see here the investments, 3.2 million, construction employment in the region of 100 job years. So 1 job year is 1 full-time job for a year. That's impressive. And obviously the continued operational employment of 20 to 30 jobs. So to me, in an application, that's a vital bit of information. And I think it's a lesson others could learn in terms of the submission information to this committee, because it does have a bearing on our considerations of it. And, it's a welcome inclusion, and obviously it's welcome for the borough generally that we have this type of investment being created.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. I suppose myself, I know would have had some sympathy in terms of the public right-of-way issue, so it was appropriate that the public right-of-way officer carried out that thorough investigation. Although ultimately it did not meet the legislative criteria to be enforced. It's actually quite I don't know if interesting is maybe not the right word, but it's interesting to me. And that Banbridge council area were actually very proactive in terms of laying down public right-of-ways. They laid down 28, I think I recall. In Craigavon, that was only 4, and in Armagh, it was 0. So, public right-of-ways are quite good, particularly as we come into the active travel agenda and things. It allows alternative travel routes, although in this occasion, it did not meet that threshold, but so that's the situation we are in. Any other views on this, members? Okay, moving to the proposal stage. Any proposals on this one, members? Alderman Twyble.
Well, I'm very happy to propose the acceptance of the recommendation.
Thank you, Alderman Twyble. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, I'm happy to second, Chair, and the reasons outlined. Thank you.
Okay, members, of proposal from Alderman Anderson, second by Councillor Nicholson to approve the recommendation. Any other proposals? Nope, not seeing any, members. So we're all agreed on that one? Okay, we're all agreed. And thank you, Richard, for waiting all that time. Maybe should have asked you a couple of questions, but said the report is all there. Thank you. Okay, members, straight on to Appendix 7, application number LAO8/2021/1595/A. Again, we're handing over to Trudy Chapman, Senior Planning Officer, to present a report and PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks advertisement consent for the erection of an LED digital screen at the SRC campus building on Lonsdale Road in Armagh. The application is before you this evening as it's an application associated with a major application. It's proposed to erect the LED digital screen on the front elevation of the campus building. The sign is to be internally illuminated with intermittent illumination and is to measure 5.6 metres by 3 metres and a depth of 0.45. The screen will be used to advertise events and courses run by the college. It's located within the settlement limit of Armagh and within the central area as defined in the Armagh area plan. Transport NI were consulted but had no concerns regarding any potential traffic implications. HED have also been consulted and have raised no concerns in relation to the impact on the setting of the nearby list of buildings, which in this case is the Armagh Courthouse. I can advise that no objections were received in relation to the proposal and all consultation responses were favourable. Officers are of the opinion the proposal meets the requirements of policy and that recommend that members grant consent subject to the conditions outlined in the report. And I'll just take you through the presentation. So we're in the centre of Armagh, just north of the mall. Next slide. That's our site location plan. Next slide, please. That's our aerial photograph that shows the campus when it was under construction. Next slide, please. So this is taken from the Longsdale Road, looking directly at the front elevation. Next slide. This is taken further up the Longsdale Road, looking back, and you can see the courthouse in that photograph. Next slide, please. That's slightly further along. And again, the courthouse there is in the centre of the picture. This is then taken from the other direction, looking north, and the stone wall to your right there is the curtilage of the courthouse, looking back towards the campus building. This is our proposed elevations. So essentially what they're proposing is a large TV on the front of it, and that's our artist impression as to what it's going to look like. It is essentially the same as a TV that you'd have in your house, just used for advertisement for the purposes of the SRC, and that's us. Thank you.
Thank you, Trudy. So any questions or queries, members? Councillor Nixon.
I don't know what size Trudy's house is, but that wouldn't fit in my living room. No, Chairman, look, basically again, due to report, but the conservation area, Trudy, and the reason I'm asked the question, as you probably know, is, it does not stop at the courthouse, on the courthouse wall. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you. So it's outside the conservation area, the site. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, it's outside the conservation boundary. And we did, because of the nature of this where it's set back, we didn't feel that it had any impact on the conservation. So the main consideration was the listed building. Thank you.
Thank you, Trudy. Okay, any other questions or queries, members? Otherwise, move into the debate stage. Okay, members, we'll move into the debate stage. Any views on this application? No views on, oh, Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, again, Chair, like it's a well put together application, and these things are part of society now. These big LED screens, as we've seen one in Portadown that was passed by this committee. So, look, it's something that obviously at night time people will see what's going on in the college and stuff. So I suppose really it's part and parcel of the overall fabric of their offer. So I have no real issues, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any lights on the debate stage, so we'll move into the proposal stage. Any proposals on this one, members? Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, Chair, happy to accept the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, happy to second that proposal.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. So proposal are from Councillor Nicholson, second by Alderman Wilson to accept the recommendation. Any other proposals on the floor? CNI members all agreed with that? Okay, members all agreed. Appendix 7. Okay, last but not least, Appendix 8, application number LA8/2021/1339. DC, it's a discharge of condition. Just making sure, yep, Eamon Lockree's in the chat, but firstly, I hand over to Sinead to take us through the report.
Thank you, Chair. The reason this application before the Plan and Regulatory Service Committee is because it's a condition which relates to a major planning application. Members may recall that last month we approved a retail development as approved under LA 08/2018-1641F, a Section 54 application to vary conditions. Attached as part of that approval was a condition which required the approval of a landscape management and maintenance plan prior to the occupation of the development. HBK Architects has prepared a landscape management and maintenance plan. The aim and objectives of the landscape proposals and landscape management plan is to develop a high quality landscape scheme that will enhance the immediate environs of the development for the benefit of all users. The appointed landscape contractor will be responsible for all maintenance and replacement of the lifetime of the development. On the basis of the information submitted, Officer content to post development accords with the SPPS, so the condition number 9 of planning application LA 08/2021-1371F can be discharged. Chair.
Thank you, Sinead, and also present via Zoom, who has speaking rights as the agent, Eamon Loughery from Analtus Planning. Any questions or query on this, members? And it's a members of discharge condition. Not seeing any lights on or hands up. So moving to the debate stage. Any views on this one, members? Not seeing any lights on or hands up. So moving to the proposal stage, members. Any proposals on this one? Oh, we've both put them on at the same time there. I think Councillor Nicholson, you were first.
Yeah, Chair. Happy to accept the recommendation.
Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to second Councillor Nicholson's proposal.
Okay, members, proposal from Councillor Nicholson, second by Councillor Savage to approve the recommendation. Any other proposals? No proposals. Members are all agreed? Agreed. Thank you, Ian, and thank you, Eamon, for attending. Okay, members, that's us. Just left me to thank everyone for participating. So I'd like to thank Head Department. I'd like to thank legal officers, planning officers. I'd like to thank our IT team. I'd like to thank yourselves, members. I'd like to thank all those who tended to make contributions for and against various applications. I'd like to thank Democratic Services Officer Ruth. But last but not least, members, I'd like to give a special tribute to Democratic Services Officer Louise. As members know, this is Louise's last meeting before she moves into a new planning role within the different planning team. It's a loss to the committee. Louise has given fantastic service both to us all as members and in particular to the committee. I'd have to say she almost runs this committee. All we have to do is turn up. The agenda's always all sorted. Everyone's always contacted, and there's a lot of people who need to be contacted in planning. And it's absolutely fantastic work. So I'd just like to ask the Vice Chair to come forward and just give a small token. Give a small token of our appreciation to Louise and everything she's done for this committee. There you go, Louise. I know. Well, hopefully we'll still see you. But again, it's big shoes to fill. But we're lucky in that we'll have Ruth, who will be taking over from Louise. So we're still in good hands. But other than that, members, okay. So that's us. So I'd like to wish us all a safe home and good night. I'd ask the plan or the IT officer to turn off the light.